Hello, everyone. Welcome to Thursday, but it's a different style today. Welcome, Mr. Spencer, Matt Scottish Gag, Vangelis, MSG, Matt Scottish Gag, Monkey Punter, Joan Burke, and Captain Steve. Welcome, good to see you, man. So today we're going to be doing a completely different style. This is going to be a little bit of like a talk show. I'm going to be talking with DJ Squared. He's already waiting in the chat room. And we're going to be doing some talking about what's going on in No Man's Sky, what is going on in the community, what is going on with the updates, things like that. And we also have a special guest that we're going to be talking with and visiting some of his or their bases and to check it out, what is going on there. So welcome Rico Suave as well. Welcome, good to see you guys. So let me jump over to, let me just check something. I definitely need to do some investments to a mix board to reduce the volume a bit of the music and stuff like that. Yo, Vangelis. All right. Let me jump over to the gameplay screen. And here we are in the studio. Let me just activate the microphone so that we can talk with DJ Squared as well. Hey, DJ. DG.
Good afternoon. How are you?
I always say DJ. It's DG. That's why KJ is laughing with me all. How are you doing, man?
I'm doing very well, thank you. How about yourself?
I'm doing okay. This is the first time that we're doing this, so this might be a few hiccups. We'll see.
Yeah, you know what? Without a few hiccups, it doesn't make it real. So that's okay. Let's do this. Let's have some fun, and I can't wait to get started doing these with you.
Very cool. So yes, DG will be my co-host for the monthly Studio 16 talk shows. So every month, the second Thursday, I think. Yep, second Thursday of the month, we will be doing, hey DJ, we will be doing this kind of talk about community. Check, like I said, I have been trying to prepare a bit, but we'll see how this goes. And welcome everybody to the chat. Good to see you all.
Welcome everyone. Yes, hello.
Who is new there? We have Lord Kibigami, we have Walbert, Vangelis. I said Vangelis 3 times now. Catherine, welcome. Harticus, good to see you. And Crisscross Applesauce, welcome. Good to see you guys. Cheers. I don't think DG is drinking any whiskey because it's morning for him.
It is. I'm drinking coffee, so a little bit of a different liquid for me today, but that's okay. Coffee, whiskey, it all sort of, puts the hairs on your chest and we'll all be good.
Hey, Old Man Zen and Christopher, good to see you guys as well. Welcome to the stream. So yeah, what are we going to talk about, DG?
Oh my goodness, there's lots to talk about here. We've got Discord, we've got Twitter, we've got Switch. Oh my God, the Switch! Yeah. Can you believe it? So many people are surprised by this new development and update that's coming out, and even perhaps the internal update that we all heard about. Perhaps this is in preparation for the Switch. So, yeah, what are your thoughts on it? You had a video that came out recently.
Yep. So. Let's just switch over. I'm just going to try to get the camera that way so we don't have that thing above your head floating there. So there goes. So yeah. The Switch. Okay. I was really surprised. I did not expect this to happen.
You know what? It's taken the whole community by surprise, and there's a lot of really happy people about that. A lot of old gamers who enjoy the Switch. I've never played the Switch, well, at least not on my own. My nephew has one, but it rarely gets played, and I might just have to go out and pick one up. There's some really interesting things about it, and you brought those things up as well to me earlier. You can see in the trailer here, there's some really interesting things. You notice there's nobody around him. There's no multiplayer on. So perhaps it's a single player only, perhaps. And you know what? You're right. There, I do not see the nexus or the anomaly, space anomaly, in any of the photos. Oh, wait a sec. Yeah, there was the space anomaly, but it didn't. Didn't show going into it with players.
They seem to be only showing the exterior of the anomaly. I also noticed that even while you can see the exomegs walking around, there is no characters otherwise walking around. Well, this has been since Next. They have always been showing since Next other players running around in your gameplay while you're while they're doing this trailer. So I have like a feeling that or the multiplayer is not ready, or they are not aiming to have a actual multiplayer server based on Nintendo Switch.
Yeah. I think there was another point that was brought up in your Discord yesterday by Pharaoh. It almost seems like it may even be used as a companion or an alternate source for your current game already, where you would log on to your account and play your current game on a different console, only you'd be playing it on the Switch.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that's there's much truth to that, or whether or not that's actually what they're intending. But if it is, it would definitely be a really, really good way of playing remote play in a little more stable source than some of the finicky phones that allow for remote play. So that's something really interesting as well. I'm looking forward to seeing what they do with it. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. And of course, always welcome to new community members out there. So welcome to the No Man's Sky family.
Yeah, I think this is going to be great for content creators as well, because there's going to be a whole new bunch of people coming to check out videos and trying to figure out how to play No Man's Sky. So it's definitely a great way to get some more subscribers, more views. But it's for the summer. It's not for now. It's we still have a few months to go.
They usually drop in July, I think it is.
Yeah. Well, the last summer update was September, no? Well, yeah, Frontiers was September, no?
Late summer, early fall. So,
hey, Rico, welcome, by the way. Let's see who we missed in the meantime. Thank you so much, Rico. I'll check in a second. Who do we have here? We have F-Block Gaming. We have Enra Silver. We also have an Enra Silver raid. Hey, Gecko as well. Good to see you. We also had MTG, GNG. My God, mouthful. Action Pants Gaming, Exos as well. Good to see you guys. And Rico, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. I appreciate it a lot. Love the new shows, Beeps and DJ. That's good to hear.
Thank you.
Hello, Night Fury, Zane's World, and Sageable. Welcome as well. Good to see you guys. How are you guys doing?
Hello, everyone.
So we are here with DG Squared. I'm trying to get myself now out of the picture here. There. So I'm not sitting in front of my gag. I actually had the plan to put myself behind the desk, but it was too late. So next time.
It's difficult. Yeah, you got to line all that up.
Hey, Wolfie, good to see you as well. Welcome. When I was watching the trailer screenshots, I took some screenshots of the trailer because I found some things that I found interesting to just have a look at and go a little bit deeper into it. Because this is the first time that the trailer is actually showing an addition with No Man's Sky Next with the Xbox update. They did not show addition. They just said it would be an Xbox pure play. So I'm wondering if this is like a just standalone game, if they are or maybe not ready, like I said before, or they are not aiming to have a pure multiplayer. I know that a lot of Nintendo games are like you can connect your Nintendo Switches together and you can play with 4 people together, but I don't know. I don't know if that is going to be the plan, if they're really going to make a multiplayer experience so far.
I think they would have shown other players on screen if that were the case, and advertised that you can link with other Switches. Definitely not other consoles for obvious reasons. But crossplay is definitely a thing with No Man's Sky. So I mean, it could be, you know, and it just they didn't show any of the footage mainly because of graphics. The graphics on that little Switch is it's really hard to get
Yeah.
that crisp and sharp image. So
Yeah, this is. We'll get to that as well because I do have some screenshots of the quality of the game, and you will notice that there's definitely some differences there. Yo, Zoo, welcome to stream as well. Good to see you. So here, the screenshot that I'm showing right now, these are the ones where you actually see two players. At least you see one player and another, the exomech moving. But the question is this just a you know, programmed movement by No Man's Sky or Hello Games, or is this multiplayer? It doesn't feel like it. That really did not show anything that was multiplayer. They also stayed away from the interior of the anomaly. So what is going to happen to? Yeah, I don't know what the plan is, or they just keep it hidden because they are not sure what to do.
Well, there are missions that need to be done where you need to use the space anomaly,
Quicksilver
both
missions
Nata
and
and
stuff.
Polo, and the Quicksilver mission. So, you know, it might just be as if you were playing offline and able to go into the anomaly to complete those missions or gameplay regular missions for storyline. But yeah, you're right. There's no other players on screen, so multiplayer in itself might not be available on the Switch.
No, yeah. I think it's not like the multiplayer we're used to. At least that's how I feel about it. Welcome Daniel Hipley and Olkev. Good to see you guys. Welcome to the stream. How are you guys doing? Well. I don't know if anybody has an idea. I've seen a lot of people making videos about it, and you know, already starting to speculate what the Nintendo Switch will be, what it's gonna be. The wrong page again. Yo, Derek, welcome as well. Good to see you. Now, if you look at the quality, you definitely can see, for example, the spaceship. You can see that the spaceship definitely has a different look. It is not that clean as you would look at the PlayStation or the Xbox or the PC for sure. There's more polygons going on there. So it looks like they definitely have reduced the resolution or the graphics for the Nintendo Switch. So again, this makes me wonder how much this can, although yeah, it could be. I mean, if you reduce the graphics, you can definitely have a crossplay or a multiplayer with PlayStation, as long as you don't stress the handheld too much. And that might be the future as well for PlayStation 4 and PlayStation and Xbox, the old generations, that they reduce the quality. I don't know.
Yeah, they struggle. I do notice my PS4 struggles a fair amount. Especially on some of my glitch build bases sometimes. But yeah, the older consoles are slowly falling behind in terms of quality of imagery, rendering, and so on and so forth. So yeah, it'd be really interesting to see how they do with the rendering and the graphics.
Yeah, you can see you can definitely see the same as well. If you, for example, go to the space station, you will notice that the difference. Let me just scale this up. It seems spaceship, space station. I don't know why this just scaled down again. This is the first hiccup. Fit the screen. There we go. So you can see that the reflection is not the same as we have on the high-end consoles. So there's no reflection. There's not that metally look as well. And everything looks a little bit more yeah, it looks a little bit more flatter. Which, I mean, it's not a bad thing. I totally understand it's happening, but it does show that they had to reduce the quality of the game to make sure that it played on the Nintendo Switch. If they can do Skyrim on Switch, they can do No Man's Sky too. But Skyrim is, although how old is Skyrim now? 10 years? I think it's 10 years. Skyrim was actually not that a heavy game if you compare it now with the revamps, of course, the reviewed ones. crossplay happens to Switch and other platforms, I hope it doesn't reduce the quality for everyone. Yeah, that's my major concern, although I don't think that is something that Hello Games will do. I'm not sure how you think about DJ, but it doesn't sound very plausible as a company to reduce the quality of a game or,
No,
lock
I don't
themselves.
think so. I think if they're going to reduce the quality, it'll be on the Switch only. They're always promoting better quality with the PlayStation 5 on PC graphics, the new Xbox console. It doesn't seem like that's where they would be going for the future of No Man's Sky, especially since we got Prisms and everything else that came out not too long ago either. Quality and graphics has improved drastically since day one, for those of you who played. I don't see that going backwards in that regard at all.
Welcome, by the way, Derek, Yusuf, Icos, and I saw somebody else. No, did I miss somebody? KJ PC Gaming, there we go. Welcome.
How could you forget KJ? Oh, I'm gonna slap you.
I think I saw KJ pass by already, but she ran so quickly through the chat I didn't see her. How you guys doing? Let me know in the chat, of course. This is not only a talk show, this is quite interactive. If you want to tell something, we can always try to catch it up. 2016 MMS. Yes, this year is going to be 6 years. We're already 5.5 years away from No Man's Sky release. Unbelievable.
I know. Where's the time gone?
You know what I also noticed? I don't have a screenshot of it because it doesn't make a difference anyway. But you can watch the title again while we're talking. So let me do that. If you look at the trailer, you will notice that they say 5 years of updates, and they will be showing all the titles that have been added to the Nintendo Switch. And there's one title that has not been added to that video, and that is Frontiers. So there's a few reasons why they that might be the reason. I would say Nintendo Switch has been in the work for a long time before Frontiers, and I think they might have planned to drop it before Frontiers, and that was their issue they had with releasing Frontiers.
It's very possible. We also know that those settlements are a huge drain on the graphics as well. It makes me wonder if possibly that the graphics are a bit of a problem right now until they get that sorted out.
I think we have somebody joining the game.
Yes.
It's our secret guest. I'm gonna wait until he comes into the game. Are you coming into the game? He's very quiet.
He has joined the group.
Yes, I'm on my way.
He's on his way. I'm gonna wait until he's arriving before I announce who is arriving today in the chat, in the game. So here you can see that all the titles passing by, Frontiers is not on that list. Expedition is on the list, by the way, but Frontiers is not on the list. So I have a feeling that the update was actually meant to be dropped before the Frontiers update. I think that was the plan.
That or somebody screwed up with the.
That or they just decided, Frontiers is just not made for Switch. We'll just not add it. I don't know. That's also why I feel that might be complete standalone game. I don't know. Have to see.
Yeah, we'll just have to wait and see when it comes out. So lots of developments on its way. They said in the summer. So this is not the newest one that's coming out in terms of possibly February or March.
Yeah.
Whenever that update comes, whether it's an expedition or an actual update or bug fixes would be nice as well. But I doubt that. So yeah.
22nd, guys. I'm telling you, 22nd of February. That's where the update drops.
That's your proposed date.
Yep. That's my proposed
I'm hoping
date.
for next week because that's when I have a week off work. So that would be nice. But I doubt it because it's never lined up no matter how many times I try.
I've been talking with guys already and told, listen, there is no sales. There is no sales. We are Thursday. There is no sales. So it has to take 3 days at least before the game drops after the sales. At least 3 days. And there we go.
That is always the coincidence. Welcome.
Welcome. We have Sam Vimes, guys, in the chat today. And Sam Vimes is going to be the, how you call it? The guest appearance today.
The special guest. Good evening, everybody.
Good to see you, Sam. How are you doing? Yes, we hear you okay. Let me know in the chat as well in the stream if you guys hear Sam okay.
Welcome, Sam. Great to see you.
Sorry, did I squash up too close to you there?
No.
No. I tried to stand up as you entered, but I was I'm fumbling around my own feet. I tried to stand up while you came in and sat down, and then sat down to you as a polite host, but I missed my timing. Welcome. It's great to see you.
It's a pleasure to be here and to be invited as the first guest as well.
Yes,
yes, congratulations.
You're probably as nervous as I am.
I'm very nervous, but I've got my whiskey, so
cheers, Sam. Cheers.
Everything goes better with whiskey, doesn't it?
Everything, yeah.
By the way, welcome Golden Gek as well. Good to see you in the stream. Good to see you, man. So Sam, we're going to be doing some touring with you today as well, checking your bases out, the ones that you picked out, see what you did, and in the meantime, just talk a bit of what is how you're out doing, what is No Man's Sky for you and things like that.
Yeah, I'm doing fine. So I've been a No Man's Sky player since it first came out. I always used to I like open world games. I used to play a lot of SimCity. And was very excited when the first trailer for No Man's Sky came out. Because it looked perfect. It's open world, you could explore everything, you can build, you can fly around, you can have battles, and it was really exciting.
So go ahead.
Sorry. But with the building in the beginning, before I discovered the glitch building, that was a little bit frustrating to begin with. Trying to work out how the parts connected together, why some parts wouldn't go with others. But then luckily I found you guys and learned the glitch building, and I haven't looked back. And as somebody mentioned earlier, it's been over 5 years.
Yes, it's 5 years past now. We're 5.5 years far away from the No Man's Sky update. So did you pre-order the game itself?
I did, yes.
Yeah. So you were the same, sitting waiting until 12 o'clock midnight.
Yeah, absolutely. Really looking forward to playing the game, and it didn't disappoint. I know a lot of people were disappointed when it first came out, but it didn't live up to the hype. But no, I loved it from the beginning.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. How do you feel about the progression of the game? Like every update coming out.
I've been really surprised. I think they're one of the few companies or gaming companies out there that support the game and have supported it for so long. And all the content they produce is free content, which is really unusual.
Yeah,
that to me is one of the biggest surprises of all is the free content over the course of almost 6 years now. Who would have guessed that you never had to put another dime into the game other than the actual purchase of the game? Especially the way things were going with all the other games out there. You buy the game and then there's a season's pass and then a yearly pass as well if they were to continue further, plus all the micro payments that you can making for skins and various other things that are in-game items. For me, that's the biggest surprise. So
we have to look for ways to support Hello Games.
yeah, they keep pushing our money away.
We have to buy another game, or let's buy a T-shirt just to give them some money.
I've bought the T-shirt, and I've bought all the little games that they've brought out.
The last campfire.
Yeah, the last campfire, and what was the last one?
Joe Danger.
Joe Danger.
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah.
Yes.
I actually enjoyed.
Now I believe that was made for the phone, wasn't it?
I think they redid it for the phone. Yes.
Yeah, mobile apps.
Yeah, it's a mobile app reviewed for the Apple Store and Android, I think.
I may have to buy that.
It's I don't know. I played like, what was the game? Trials. That's like I think is this a PlayStation and Xbox
beta?
game? Trials. It's like a motor game where you have to do some what you call it, the tricks and jumps and things like that. It feels like that, no? It's like we're jumping and trying to balance your bike.
Oh, like the simulators.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I never played Joe Danger myself. I'm not a big race fan.
Okay, it's a fun little game.
Well, I'm definitely gonna buy it for the Switch. Do you have a Switch, Sam?
I don't have a Switch, but my wife's son has a Switch. So I might try to get him interested in it as well now.
I think it's definitely a great game to have on the road with you as well, just to take some flying around while you're traveling.
Mm-hmm.
How did you if you look at the updates now, do you miss the first No Man's Sky when it released?
In terms of the look and feel, how the graphics have changed, or
just like the feel, I would say, like when you the game itself, how it felt playing No Man's Sky. The graphics, I think everybody agrees that everything is better now.
Yeah, everything is much better now. Yeah, the look and feel has changed. I guess it's difficult to quantify it, but it feels more polished now in the game.
But like for me, I do miss the feeling I had when I played No Man's Sky for the first time, the real lonely exploration and traveling. I don't know if that's the same for you.
It's interesting to see other players now when you're exploring a planet, and also the spaceships flying around. Actually, my first experience with the multiplayer, when people started turning up on our planets, somebody very nicely buried my spaceship with the terrain editor, with the terrain manipulator.
Yeah, a lot of people were doing that.
Yeah, and I didn't have one at the time, and I had to restart the game. So
there were trolls already, guys, in the beginning of No Man's Sky. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
There always were. Yeah.
Hey, Lynx.
For me, I think I missed the.
That was
the colors.
The colors, yeah. I don't know.
Yeah.
There was a different vibe, especially when the games first came out. The solitude was. I don't know. I did enjoy the solitude. I think it would be great to have a way to play these old versions again on. I mean, on PC you can now, but on console, I think it would be great to give the option to return to previous versions of No Man's Sky, just to feel how it felt. First time.
Yeah. If you have the disc, I believe you can. You just disconnect from the internet.
Yeah.
And start a fresh save on a new account, and it'll load up the game as it was.
Yeah.
And there was a few players who were doing that, actually, and streaming it as well. And it's really interesting to see 1.0 and so on. I do miss the color and the solo exploration feel. That was one of the things that drew me to the game was the solo lonely exploration, being in space on your own, and figuring things out for yourself without a tutorial or a guide to help you. That was always a bit of a thing back in the day, and now, of course, they've polished the game drastically, and it looks very, very sharp. Don't get me wrong, but yeah, you're right. I do miss the solo play, and even the, if you want to say, dumbed down graphics with the pastel colors. That really drew me to the game and spoke to my generation a little bit in terms of the feel.
Yeah, it definitely had a real old sci-fi feel game.
Some people have been posting the old screenshots on Twitter, on social media. Yeah, and you can really see the difference in the colors and the resolutions as well.
And I have I don't find any of my screenshots anymore from my first playthrough on the No Man's Sky playthrough. I have no idea what happened with my pictures there. But yeah, it's old memories and nostalgia. So, you feel like going for a visit, Sam?
Yeah, sure.
So what the plan is now is that you'll have to travel to your base, and DJ and myself will have to go to the space anomaly, and then once you are at your base, we can jump out of the space anomaly, and it will allow us to jump to your base.
Okay, let's try it.
Sounds good.
So let's jump out of this camera scene. Sad memories returning.
Might have to install a teleporter in your base.
There's a teleporter in the back there, actually, on the landing pad, DJ.
Ah, perfect. Sam can use that, and we can hit the anomaly.
Are you gonna lay down? Is the
the
therapy hour?
I go to stand up, it spins me from to the side.
That's a nice effect.
So I'll jump already to the anomaly. I accidentally deleted my first 3.5 years of screens. Yeah, I don't know. I might have done the same, Zane. I might have done the same.
I had to. Yeah, I did too. I had to clean out my all my photos and videos out of my PS4. I had one of those horrible crashes where everything just wouldn't go, and when I finally turned it on, I had to clear out my memory. Yeah, it's a shame losing all those screenshots, but at the same time, when you take as many screenshots as we do over the course of 6 years, it is kind of a necessary evil to do so. But you know, those apps that we used, for me, it was Amino. I can always go back and look on those apps and collect those screenshots again.
Yeah, at that time I wasn't involved with the community, so I only started being involved after Beyond with the No Man's Sky community.
It's funny how the communities have developed over the years. You know, it started with a lot of the YouTubers and Twitch streamers who were streaming it, and small little groups of communities were forming off of that. There was obviously, you know, Reddit had a community. Discord had a community, but were not really widely known until maybe about 6 months to a year afterwards, when people started to look for others and information, you know, on how to get certain ships and multi-tools and so on and so forth. I came by it naturally to Amino, which no longer is that great an app for communities, but yeah, and then slowly the migration over to Discord for myself. But a lot of people just started right on Discord or Reddit or Twitter for that matter. Although Twitter is a little bit hard with communities. Very much a solo sort of a thing on Twitter.
But this was the first community I found, was Beeblebum on YouTube.
Was that the first community?
Okay. How many?
Yeah.
How many years did you play solo before joining a community, Sam?
So I started with the game, and then I got a bit frustrated with the building that I couldn't place parts in exactly the way that I wanted. And then I left it for about 6 months and then came back to it. And came across, I think it was APG's video, the Atlas seed.
Okay.
And I saw that and it was like, wow, I want to do that. I want to be
He
able to
blew a
build
lot of
that.
minds with that one.
Yeah, he did. So it's his fault I got into glitch building. And then I started looking around and I found some of Beeps' tutorials. And just started from there, or some of the earlier tutorials for building circles before the glitch building, where people were placing the using the flag post,
The blocks,
and the blocks, and and I tried a few of those, and yeah, it was interesting.
Hours, many hours.
That's right. Yeah.
I remember the first one I ever made. I made one. It took hours, almost a week of placing parts and deleting and placing and deleting. And I finally said to myself, "There, I did it. I'm not doing this ever again." and then it got a lot easier once I learned how to glitch build. But that was many years after I played the game where I learned to glitch build. And like you, I came across Beeblebum, and it was, believe it or not, it was through the interviews that I was doing back in the day, where I was first introduced to glitch building, and that opened the door for a whole new realm of gaming and enjoying the community, and sharing some of the things that I'm doing. So.
Okay. Yeah.
Are we?
So I'm at the base.
Okay, cool. We'll jump out. So I should now
You
be
ready?
able to jump
Okay.
to join Mr. Sam. By the way, Surfke, Metals Nord, and Levi, welcome to the stream. Also, Peach, good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Sam Vines.
There we go. I still can't get over how great that warp sequence is. Since Visions, just changed everything. We got so used to that same warp sequence. After years, and finally they gave us something which I think we've all wanted since the very beginning. Was a little bit more of a mysterious warp sequence.
Is it Mobius House?
Yep, that's the one. So this build, this comes from the science fiction film Forbidden Planet. It's a film I always liked and wanted to try to recreate the house of the mad scientist. But as usual, most of my builds, they start off a little bit over ambitious, and I've gone way over the build limit on this, so I can't upload it.
Ooh.
So it's nice to be able to show it off now.
Let's hope it renders in, though.
Yeah, I hope so.
I might have to fly out and then again see if it pops in.
Yeah, it's taking a few minutes to pop, that's for certain, but it is starting to come, at least for me. Just give that a minute. I'm going to come stand over here by Sam. The best seat in the house.
I think I'm going to jump out because it should render in quicker.
Yeah, you might have to go to the space station and back.
But this is my problem with all of the builds that I do. They're always too big. And in the beginning, I didn't realize there was a build limit. And one of the first things I tried to build after Beeblebum posted his first circles video was also from an old sci-fi series in the UK, Space 1999. And there was a moon base. And I made a 192-sided circle. So that for those who don't know, moon base is a base on the moon, and it's built around a circular pattern. So a central command hub, and spokes coming out of that with different levels. And I spent months on that, and then I hit the build limit, and that's also when I found out that terrain grows back. and ruined most of the base.
Yeah, darn terrain.
Yeah.
One of the weirdest little bugs within the game. You can terrain manipulate and move things around, but it always seems to grow back no matter what you do. You would think that you have the option to edit. Well, then you're editing like you're building a base, but it always seems to grow back. And I don't know how many times you go see somebody's base and somebody would be like, "Yeah, hold on a minute, I'm just deleting some of this terrain which grew back," and then they spend about 5 minutes, using the terrain manipulator through the hallways.
Yeah. So is it rendering in?
It is for me. It's starting to
It's rendering
pop.
in,
It's
but
just
it's
taking its sweet
very
time.
slowly. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
just a big base. They always render slowly.
There we go. So this base, I started it about 6 months before Frontiers dropped, when all the glitch building techniques changed. And I was right in the middle of building the dome, and everything changed, and then I left it for a couple of months then until somebody posted a video and had worked out how it all worked again.
Yeah,
this was all.
I think a lot of us had that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think a lot of people
affected
were
a few of my
frustrated
builds as well.
By the way, Mihal Trent, thank you so much for being a member for 16 months, man. I appreciate that.
Hey, 07, Trent.
Any other news about other than Switch? Nothing more, Dr. Pong. I'm still expecting the update to drop on the 22nd of February. That's still my expectation. Speculation. I think most of it has rendered in. I'm missing a little bit of the roof on the top, I think.
Yeah, so if you look a little bit to your right, down to the right of the main building, there should be a swimming pool down there. And it's
I see it.
A moon pool that I scaled up as large as it would go.
I don't see it.
Yeah, it hasn't rendered in yet. Where the fish tank is, it should be just to the right of that.
Over where I'm standing, yes.
Yeah.
This is what happens.
Where you've used the terrain manipulator.
This is what happens a lot in multiplayer, is that the parts render in and render out again.
Yeah.
And if you went over the limit, I don't know how many you went over the limit, that might also cause some issues. Yo, GT, welcome.
Yeah, this just over 3,333 parts.
How much?
They really need a parts counter.
Okay.
Yeah, he said 3,336.
300. It should not be bad, because
Yeah.
you have a 4,000 cash in the per base you can visit.
Okay.
But is there another base? Yeah, there's another base nearby here. No, that's yours. There was another base here somewhere.
That's mine, and there's nothing there yet.
Okay, all right.
That's a future project. So, yeah. So this base took me quite a while, and Kyle helped me with some of the trickier parts as well. So this area, for example, if we go over here to your left. So left, and then, yeah.
You're gonna close the door?
Very nice.
So in the film, the building had this curved wall here. I spent ages trying to work out how to do this.
Yeah.
And Kyle helped me a lot here. So to get the center of the curve here was not the issue, but if you glitch the walls in, the glitch point is at the bottom of the wall, not in the middle. So I had to work out how to shift it.
Yeah.
And that was a combination of Pharaoh's technique with the byte beat box and the noise box, glitching those together to get the right offset to get that curve.
Yeah, I think I remember seeing the question and the response from Kale with the pill lights. No, or was the switches? I don't know.
With the switches,
Yes.
I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember that.
Yeah.
Now it's
It looks good.
Yeah, it looks very good.
It looks very good.
Thank you. So, yeah, and this is the best thing for me in the game. Learning all these new techniques and putting the parts together and trying to work out how it all fits together and how you can get different looks and effects.
I think for me as well, that's the figuring out is always the most fun part.
Mm-hmm. So if you go through the door there.
Straight ahead?
Yeah, straight ahead. So in the film, this is the mad scientist's office. And behind this door where we've got these, we've sunk down into the floor.
Yeah, there's nothing here for me. This is all terrain.
Empty cave. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, there should be a corridor in here. Because in the film, this is where the aliens lived and had their lab, and he built the house around this. But again, I learned that the terrain always grows back here.
The down terrain.
I never actually finished this. Yeah, frustrating.
Hey, Alex, welcome.
And then if we go back to the lobby, where the big fish tank is.
I like what you did with the windows here as well, with the sign, the decals behind it. That's a nice little detail.
Yeah, that worked out quite well, because that mimics also what's in the film. The windows look almost exactly like that.
Ah, very nice.
Sometimes it's really hard to mimic what you see in a film.
Yes.
With the base parts that we have, resizing and combining curves and some of the shapes and style, it's very difficult in some cases. I have to admit, though, Sam, you've done a pretty wonderful job of this, and some of the other builds that I've seen as well, where you've mimicked some of the scenes that we've come to enjoy in movies and so on. Really impressive.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so the stairs here in front of you, these were the ones that you helped me with, Beeps. So I wanted to create a very small, even ramp, a slightly sloping ramp up here. And this was the technique with the light boxes where they're stacked up and then slightly offset, drop back down to create
that's
the air effect.
Yeah. That's all before Frontiers, no?
Yes. Yeah, this was all pre-Frontiers. And then we go up the stairs. So in the film, you never actually saw this part of the house. It's just assumed that this was living accommodation. So I thought, what would a mad scientist try to put up here? Maybe a planetarium, and I was going to add in like a robotics lab and research and development, but
Ran out of parts.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
The nemesis parts.
Yeah.
The best thing to eternalize your bases is record them and make a video about it.
That's right. So there should be a teleporter right where I'm standing there. If you come back
here, no.
No, where the little stairs were that went up onto the next level. So if you come back to me. Yeah, so right there should be a teleporter.
No, there's nothing here.
Nope, not rendering for me either. There was one downstairs, but not here.
Okay, that's interesting. I can see it.
Yeah, yeah. It's that's the major issue. As you do multiplayer base visits, then things definitely. Does this send me somewhere to top, bottom?
It sends you up to the next level.
Oh.
So if you look up, there's a glass floor, glass ceiling, and it takes you up onto that level. But we can get to that from outside as well.
Okay.
Now, there's a set of stairs here. it leads to a glass floor, so you can't get up there.
No, it was just the transporter that takes you up there.
Okay. Now let's go down and have a look.
If we go outside.
I like the planting zone here as well. In between the walls.
I tried to add some decoration.
Uh-huh.
But most of this build up until now has just been the structure, and then I went over the build limit and had all these rendering issues. Before Frontiers, this rendered a lot better than it is at the moment. I'd used the terrain manipulator to add a lot of rocks, and those all disappeared after Frontiers.
Weirdly enough, I don't see your marker.
Okay.
I see DJ.
Up here.
I'm hearing jetpack. There it is. Okay, there you are. Well, also the part that you're standing on, I can actually fall inside here. Whee.
Okay. Yeah, this was going to be all the living quarters, offices, bathrooms and stuff, and this is also unfinished at the moment.
Looks very cool. The
part limit makes it difficult.
I like the angle that you did here as well. I can imagine the curve that you did inside with glass.
Yeah, and this was all Pharaoh's technique.
Yeah, Pharaoh done some great ideas there.
Yeah.
Yo,
but again,
hey, Kevin, no worries. Have a good one. Thanks, man, for joining.
But like with all the bases, a little bit too over-ambitious. Too many build parts.
I wonder still. I'm still wondering. Is it the new part? This is all old part that you used on the top here? No.
Yeah.
I have a feeling that the old parts definitely are more stressful on the game than the newer parts.
Okay. Yeah, I think so too. Shall we try a smaller base?
Yeah.
Maybe it'll render.
All right, I'm game for that.
Just can we warp? I have to check.
So there's a teleporter downstairs.
Yeah, but we have to go back to the anomaly.
You have to go back. Yeah, I can take the short.
Yeah, it'll kick us out of multiplayer if we take the teleporter.
Okay.
So I'm gonna head back to the anomaly and I'll meet you there.
Yeah, you can. It's not rendering in, but there should be more of a roof at the top there.
Yeah.
From a distance, you can see the shape of the dome very nicely.
It looks very cool. I like the what's the balconies in between as well.
Yeah.
Great work.
Thank you.
Toktik, good to see you, man. How are you doing? Welcome to the stream, man. Did I miss anybody in the chat, by the way? Because I might have been distracted.
I always find it hard to stream and keep up with chat at the same time. There's always so much going on. Keeping up is, well, anytime I ever streamed in the past, it always made it very difficult to keep up with people.
Yeah,
it takes a certain skill set to do that.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I don't know how Beebs manages to do it. I haven't looked at the chat at all all the time I've been talking. So.
It's definitely difficult, and it takes a lot of practice. And even when you get good at it, after a while, you still miss an offline.
It's also a difference between just streaming. If I do a build, for example, I can just take a break, watch this chat, catch up. But if you do like this interview, then you're talking, then I wait for responding, you know. So it takes a little bit more time to catch up with the chat. But if you just stream on your own, it should be quite okay. Hey, Carpentrix, good to see you, man. How are you?
So I'm at the next base.
All right.
Perfect.
Just pressed the wrong button. Sam Vimes. Do you have a YouTube channel, Sam, or like?
No, I haven't been posting anything.
Okay.
But I think after the next build that we're doing at the moment, I think I'd like to post that one. So I need to work out all the video editing and everything.
That is a challenge for certain. Taking me a long time to figure out a lot of the video editing. For me, the easiest thing was to upload it straight from PS4 right onto YouTube, and then sort of learn as I go. But PS4 definitely makes it really easy to upload your videos, and it has Sure Factory if you want to learn some basic editing skills with that. What platform do you play on, Sam?
I'm on PC.
Okay, yeah. So PS4 uploads definitely not where you're going with that.
No.
All right. Which build do I need to go to? Toilet Auto Colony.
It's called
Dandelion.
Dandelion is called.
Okay.
There we are.
Because I don't see your marker, weirdly enough.
Strange.
It's hidden behind the base, but at least it was for me. It took a minute.
No, it doesn't even show. Doesn't even show up with the base.
Can you see my marker, Peeps?
Ooh,
oh,
yes,
you're already there. It doesn't matter.
I do see your marker.
There we go.
Oh, I do remember this build.
I
this was
love
one of my
that
favorites.
build. Yes, that's a very nice one, Sam.
Correct me if I'm wrong. This was a B challenge build?
It was, yes. And I thought that the still images didn't do it justice. So I thought
you blew us all away with this one, honestly.
That's such a great build. I really like that one.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, and it all renders this one here as well. This is a fantastic build.
Yeah, thank you very much. So this one was with the rescaling glitch. So these parts that glow there are scaled up, and then we've got 2 mud huts underneath that. That's the framework for the seeds of the dandelion. I think this challenge was just build something using plant parts.
I love the detail with the parts flowing away. Such a good build.
I was just about to say, yeah.
It just made it complete.
It does. And of course, the bubbles floating as well. The whole feeling of wind, blowing the dandelion. You've got the shapes of the plant parts there all in one direction. So it looks very much like it's in motion. You did an excellent job with the detail on this. Excellent job.
Thank you very much. Oh, I'm blushing here now.
Yeah, an excellent example of what you can do with the scale glitch and not necessarily have it show that there's scale glitch used for this. Yeah, I think that's sort of a mark of a good builder is when you're using the techniques. The person visiting or seeing the images won't necessarily know what you've done, whether it's scaling or glitching or so on. Because it's so seamless and put together in such a fashion that it works both at a distance and up close.
Yeah, that's what's always amazed me with some of the builds. Like you said, you go in and you look at the build and you can't work out which parts have been used there. They just fit together so well. A lot of APG stuff. When you look at his R&D streams, and it's just incredible.
I cannot change my camera view of my character. Okay.
Oh, that's strange. Oh, try doing an emoji, Beeps.
Is it because I did something after sitting?
I do notice that. Yeah, if you're sitting and try and do something.
But there's actually 2 mud huts under there, Alex. Because you've got the doorway on the mud hut. So you need to rotate one of them in relation to the other, so you get a sphere.
And flip it.
Yeah. Otherwise, you can't glitch onto that point.
No. It's a very nice build, Sam.
Yeah, I like how you've incorporated some of the pink flowers inside as well. The marrow bulb to give it that little bit of a pink glow. And I don't know if you guys ever noticed with the marrow bulb plants, but they give off a bit of a haze as well, or
a fog,
a weird bloom effect. Yeah. It really adds to the overall build. Makes it look almost soft and fluffy.
Yeah.
Pardon the expression.
This is how living ships are born in Wild Bear. See, there's a living ship next to it.
Blown in the wind.
Should take another screenshot.
I really enjoyed these micro challenges.
Well, they changed now to monthly challenges just to reduce a bit of the the work and following them up.
Yeah.
But it's
I know I look forward to them every week. They were great challenges to improve my skill set, as a builder, and of course other people as well use it for the same purpose. When they were first proposed, I wasn't sure I would have enough time to do them on a weekly basis, but they were just small enough where you had time to complete it over a weekend, a couple hours here or there, or even an hour if you had time to quickly throw something up together and just let your mind think a little bit on how you could accomplish something that was an idea that everybody has the same idea, build this thing, but to do it in your own way. And so it let us all think on how we could accomplish the same task with a different outcome. And I really, really enjoyed those challenges. I'm looking forward to the new monthly version of it, where we can expand upon that and take our time building, something a little bit bigger, something with, just as much thought, only, more time to do it. So that's going to be really interesting to see what we do with the next one coming up.
Hey, Davante, and good night, and useful. Thank you for stopping in, man. This is a very nice build, really. And yes, I totally agree with the challenges are definitely some way to constantly improve yourself and challenge yourself in becoming better than yourself.
Definitely, and especially for me, because like I said, I tend to go for large builds, which is something I'm trying to avoid now. And these small challenges tend to focus the mind a bit more. When you've only got a week or a month to do this, then you can't build something with a 192-sided circle.
Yeah. So. And I think that's the danger as well. I've noticed this bit myself, is that once you get to build a circle, you get stuck with the large build because you have no idea how to fill it up. You have to force yourself to build smaller to make it, more give it a more compact feeling.
Yeah, good example was do you remember the perfect sphere that you came out with a little over a year ago now, Beebs? It was a 32-sided sphere, and that was the easiest way to make it seamless and smooth and look really, really sharp. But to fill it with things inside, by the time you get it full and looking like it's a livable thing, your part count was so high that you're really encroaching that 3,000 part limit. And it says that 3,000 parts, but I've always noticed on my old PS4 that after about 2,600 parts, I definitely noticed a lot of phasing. And so I always had to be very, very careful on how I built those builds when I used them.
Falling through your floors and stuff like that.
Yeah. I had to be very smart about how many floors I put in. I cheated by making very, very high ceilings, and so I had fewer floors with more things in them. And then, try and fill up that space with lights and things on the ceilings and walls to give a more closed-in feeling, even though there's a ton of space inside. It was always a real challenge for me to fill those bases up with things and not hit that part limit, because it's so easy to do once you get started on a 32-sided circle in itself isn't a lot of parts, but a sphere is. Yeah, it could, because you have 32 sides of 32 of the circles, right? There's 32 arches. So yeah, it definitely takes up an awful lot of rendering, but it was always fun to build. And since you came up with a new tutorial from Frontiers of the 16-sided sphere, I've noticed way more applications for it, because there's less that you have to fill inside, and so that you can incorporate that into a build and not encroach a limit a lot easier. And I really do like the look of a 16-sided sphere. It turns out very, very good. And now we can make them. You can make a sphere with a single small floor tile. Since Frontiers, a little bit janky, but it can be done, and it's been proven it can be done as well. I think Pez did it. I think he put a short little video out on it, on that technique with the wires. So very, very cool what we can do now with Frontiers. It's opened the door wide open with so many possibilities.
And not having any collisions anymore is absolutely amazing.
Absolutely, yeah.
Sorry. Go on.
Oh no! I didn't mean to interrupt you. I was just saying that because of the lack of collisions, you don't have to necessarily glitch build everything either, which is really kind of a nice feature, right? A time saver for sure.
Yeah. So I was going to say the amount of time I spent placing wires before just to glitch parts in, and now with Frontiers, they just merge together. You don't need to.
You don't need to make a whole setup for the glass circle.
That's right.
Yeah. I remember having whole infrastructures of wires just so I could glitch the parts onto them and then delete the wires. And of course, we had a plan for that with, if you guys remember, the dual base computer technique. Very complex, but a simple idea made a lot of things really possible. Again, you had to be very careful with base part counts, because with all those wires included with all those parts, it adds up real fast, and you sort of had to balance it out as to how many wires to parts before you deleted the base. And it was definitely a bit of a challenge, the way that we were building before, but we always seem to find a way. And of course, luckily, Beebs has some great tutorials of how the things used to be and how they are now. And the creativity shown in the building community is really stunning.
Mr. Kunos, thank you so much for the subscription. And yes, Travis, I was thinking about you when they were talking about all the wires and building the floors on the wires.
Yeah, I was thinking about him as well. Yeah.
Everybody thinks of that. That was a masterpiece of wires. You could actually see, if you pulled out on the camera, you could actually see the shape of the Millennium Falcon just in wires alone, without any parts. It was just this red lined out Falcon. It was amazing.
Yeah, that was an epic build. But the other thing that's much better now, I think, in Frontiers is the phase deletion.
The phase deletion is definitely better. They still need to fix the duplicate, the moving deletion. That's still a bug.
Yes. Yeah. Some parts still have a phase deletion with them. Rocks at times, when fused together with certain items. The fireplace is one of the items that can cause some phase deletion. Ladders, some of the ladders, glitches for sure. Some glitches just don't work well. So yeah, there is some phase deletion, but it's far more stable. You hit the nail right on the head there. It's definitely a lot more stable.
Yeah.
Well done, Sam. This is definitely a great build.
I can't stop staring at it.
There's been, I think a lot of jaws have dropped when you shared that one on the Discord. A very nice one.
Okay. Shall we try
definitely
another?
One of my favorites.
Yep, let's go. Let's see. Where's my spaceship? I thought I saw
Next time I'll bring a different ship. I keep going to yours and you keep going to mine.
Well, I can call another one. Let's see. What do we have? Let's call the Deadly Prophecy. Will an update and be messed up again? I don't think so.
There's always going to be a bug with each update, but the HG does a pretty good job of getting some of those bugs sorted out. I know one in particular was very detrimental, and they worked really hard to get one out fast. When there was the flashing on the screen, if you guys remember.
Yeah,
that one was really hard one, really hard one, and they got that out within a weekend.
Mm-hmm. Because it was also unhealthy, no? People could not play it because of epileptic
seizures.
Seizures.
Yeah. So obviously the motivation was there. They don't want to kill anybody or injure someone, but the small team that HG has, they work really hard, not just in giving us these updates, but in making those bug patches as well. Looking forward to what's in store for us coming with that internal update. We've got a couple of weeks to go on that one, unfortunately, but it'll be good when it's there. Just like,
because it's always surprising. What can they add to this game? What can they add to this game that we don't want to have?
Well, nobody ever suspects a lot of these things. We all expected there was going to be a little bit of an update with building components, or nobody ever suspected the entire landscape of build mechanics were going to be changed. Nobody expected the amount of parts they gave us. Nobody expected the bite beat. Nobody expected multiplayer, living ships, derelict freighters,
VR.
I mean, the list just goes on and on and on. I tried VR, made me sick, unfortunately, but it is a really cool way to explore the game. And if you ever do get a chance, first thing you should do is get in your ship and explore around a little bit, because that's where it really excels, in my opinion, is flying in VR.
I wanted to try that, but it gave you motion sickness?
Oh, yes, very bad motion sickness, especially in very closed spaces like the exocraft. I went into an exocraft and I was just bouncing around, tumbling everywhere, and I had to take the headset off within just a few minutes. But flying a ship, because of the open cavity, you can see around you, it's a lot easier to climatize yourself to the motion of what you're doing. And walking around was a little bit weird and janky, but flying your ship, definitely worth it. Yeah, definitely worth it.
Thank you so much, Alex, for the 100 rubles super chat, man. I appreciate that.
Ooh, 07.
I'm at the next base.
All right.
Are you there? Okay.
Yeah.
Let's do the thing.
Is there anything you would like to see being added yourself, Sam, to the game?
More variety of build parts. I know we've got a lot at the moment, but with more effects, more lighting,
Mm.
more possibilities for weird combinations.
Mm-hmm.
mainly the ability to turn off this procedural generation.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. Yeah.
It's nice in some cases, especially if you're a new builder coming to the game. So I can see why they've done it. But for some other building situations, I don't want this flared piece to the wall, and I put two walls on top of each other. I'd like it to be the same all the way up. Yeah, so that would be one wish.
Yeah, I totally agree with the contextual changes, that it kind of is a waste, because all these parts are not really usable. They could have been just parts that would have made such a big difference.
Yeah, I'd like to see a toggle switch for the contextual building. I think that would have been a really good way to go. So where you can toggle it on and off. If you want a straight pipe, that you got to fight to get it to go straight now. But the ability to turn it off would really be nice, and that may come in the next update. Hard to say. It took a while for those bubble pipes to be available in the Quicksilver shop, didn't it? Holy smoke! It took a long time.
It took a long time, but I've been using the bubble pipes now, and they're fantastic. So more.
Yeah, I haven't had a chance to play with them much, but I'm looking forward to it.
Okay.
Oh, it's starting to render. Here we go. Oh wow! I see the technique you've used here on this one. One of the more common techniques that's being adopted by a lot of players now. The short walls, domes, and the curves. Very versatile technique.
So I'm going to have to land and then fly out again.
So I wanted to try this. So this is a combination of actually inspired by Beeblebum and by Pez. I wanted to try my hand at trying a castle, and then when you posted your video, Beeps, of how to do the spiral staircase, I thought that's perfect. So I've been trying different versions of that. Smaller staircases, wider staircases.
Yeah, it's no longer do we have to glitch build individual parts for staircases.
Nice. There we go.
I think I still missed one.
Slowly rendering.
Let me just...
it's just taking a moment or two. Things are still popping for me.
These roofs are definitely amazing. I love how they look. Let me just fly out again. I feel that flying in and out always seems to kick up the render. Ooh, I like that roof.
Yeah, it looks very good. You've got a really nice use of light here, Sam. I'm looking at some of the additions that you made to some of the areas, and the lights look fantastic. Oh, nice doors. Oh, I didn't catch that. I like that. How the doors open like that. Yeah, and you've got this beautiful pinkish red glow with almost a purple hue to it as well, right over by the Gek statue. Yeah. Does anybody else find that since the update that the lighting bloom is much lesser of an effect than it used to be? I know if I want to get the effect of lights, I have to use twice, sometimes 3 times as many lights to get the same effect as I used to have with 4 frontiers.
Wow, this is a big build as well.
Yeah, I'm not over the build limit yet with this.
Yet.
Notice he said yet.
Okay, so if you can you see that marker? That's it, and then there's a staircase. It's not properly rendered yet.
Nope. Sadly.
It's rendered for me, so that's there. So it might render very shortly for you. Take this opportunity to
but you can already see a very nice build, and that looks very cool.
It's got some great aspects to it.
Yep.
Building a castle is always difficult.
Yeah, to get that right depth and dimension is...
Yeah, so the domes, this is Pez's technique, glitching one of the short or long walls on top of each other, and then building up on that. And then if you play around with the central wire point, if you lower it or raise it, then you change the angle here. So I've been having a lot of fun with that. But the staircases as well, so build it on your technique, peeps, trying different parts, making the towers wider, the stairs wider, the central column smaller or thicker. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun.
I especially like the domed rooftop on the building that I'm in now, where it isn't just a dome, but it changes its angle. Has a very much Taj Mahal look to it, or like a snow cone. Yeah, it looks really, really good with the blob statue on top.
Seems doesn't render any here in the front though, so
not that well. Yeah.
Okay. I never seem to have a lot of luck with rendering it though.
So if you go up the stairs,
you're not the only one, Beebs. You're not the only one.
Nice.
The rendering is difficult with everybody. Some things work and some don't. And, yeah.
When you hear that, you hear the base computer constantly in and out, then I know that the rendering is...
It's a shame that's not rendering because there's two doors there.
Is this... What is this piece?
The central piece here. These are two of the electric doors, and I've put them on their side.
So that's like the bottom of it?
The bottom of it, yeah. That's right.
Ooh,
So
that's actually a nice thin piece.
So when you walk up, the doors, they open out sideways.
Like yeah, they don't. I don't have doors when I walk in.
Yeah, that's a shame.
It's a nice touch. Yeah, it took a while for those to render for me, Veeb, so it may render for you in a minute too. Yeah, that was a really nice touch as a walk up.
I definitely noticed that multiplayer. When you do this in multiplayer, it's going to be worse than you do this in single player. It's a very nice look, definitely. The light, the choice of light as well, and the curves.
Yeah, again, the lighting was inspired by also one of your videos, one of the earlier ones where you embedded the pill lights between the walls. So I do that on a lot of the builds now.
That I like. I like that a lot.
It's a great technique. Yeah, and it brings the glow of the light. It carries it through the wall to multiple walls all around and down, up and down throughout. It's a wonderful technique of hiding those lights and still having that glow.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna try again. Just fly out and in again and see if this. Hey, Anti-Rioter, welcome.
But there's so many great builders out there and so many great techniques. And it's fun seeing what people come up with and then trying out the technique for yourself and how can you incorporate it into a build or expand on it.
Yeah, the amount of new builders and new techniques that have been coming out has definitely boosted. I don't know since when, but I mean, I cannot put a date stamp on it, but there was a time where there was almost like no builders. There's a small group of builders that made great builds and then nothing. But now
it tends to cycle. And I know I myself noticed it over the years. Initially, you know, there was only a couple of builders out there, and it grew a little bit larger. And then there was kind of like an elite few that were doing some glitch building, but they weren't really sharing the ideas so much. And then then it got caught. One person shared it to another person, and then it got shared around a little bit more. And then glitch building had a bit of a boost, and there was a good number of players that were learning how to glitch build. And yourself as well, Beebs, where you started making tutorials of these, and that really made a jump in the amount of builders or people who are interested in building now that they realize that those things are possible. And that sort of took off for a while there. And I guess recently the Frontiers update really brought a lot of those builders back into the game who were unable to glitch build, who now could build as if they were glitch builders, just because of the sorry, what's the word I'm looking for? Not phase deletion. My brain just stopped working for a minute there. Red state, green state.
Yeah.
I'm thinking too fast for my mouth to keep up. But the ability of the green state parts, without having any collision issues. Collision, that was the word I was thinking of. It made it, a possibility for a lot of players to actually build what they wanted to build without having to learn how to glitch build per se. And that was a really big boost in the building community. I've noticed a lot of players are building now, players we'd never seen before, who are building really amazing things.
Yeah.
Yo, Faro and Randy Davis, welcome, guys. Good to see you. Yes, I agree, Alex.
Yeah, I had a lot of fun playing with these different techniques here to get these domes.
Yes, Sam, I think you should make some videos about that, man.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite techniques. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, and then trying to combine the different base parts and also the universal adjacency glitch. That's fantastic.
Yeah. What's your favorite glitch, Sam?
The universal at the moment. I'm using that one all the time now.
Yeah.
It's so easy, isn't it?
Yeah, and just being able to swap one part out for another, and you can get so many weird and wonderful effects. So,
yeah. Here's an interesting question for you. Since you are a PC player, do you create macros to do the universal glitch build technique, or do you switch over to controller? What's your preferred method of building?
Before Frontiers, I actually bought a new mouse, a Logitech mouse, and I was running macros on that one for the glitches because some of the timing was just impossible to get with with your fingers.
Yeah.
And that worked fine. It was a little bit slow, but since Frontiers, I can do everything with the normal mouse. I don't use the controller at all.
I've been surprised. Yes, I've been extremely surprised how easy it is now glitching on PC. It feels like they have produced the timing between glitches to make it more accessible.
Yeah.
Oh, definitely. The wire glitch, especially if you remember the little thing we used to say, bazinga, to time the two buttons back in the PS4 days. Gone are those days. It's so much easier now, where you're pressing almost two buttons at the same time, or at least it feels that way. Very easy to glitch build now.
Yeah.
I also noticed in comments, nobody's anymore like, it doesn't work, cannot do this. I mean, there's still one or two, but before Frontiers, there were so many people like, I cannot get it. I tried the timing, it doesn't work. But now, almost nobody's complaining about it anymore.
Yeah.
It's definitely improved. Yeah.
Hey,
it's
Sam.
a shame the main doors don't render in there.
But... yeah, it's too bad. If I come and visit this alone, this will render in perfectly, I'm telling you.
No, probably.
If
you upload, seems to be the case.
If you uploaded it, of course. But
yeah, I can upload what I've done so far, and then once I go over the limit, then I can't upload it again.
No, because I've noticed, like, all the base visits I've been doing before the base visits in every beginning of the month, there's almost, or I don't see the base because they didn't upload it, or I have no issues with render. So single visiting, Seems to be really nice and well done.
Yeah, he did an excellent job with the castle.
Is there something
most
in the
of it
mountain?
renders for me.
I think I'm missing a few parts, Sturke. I like this bridge as well to the other tower. Yeah. See, I'm missing the part of
It looks really sharp.
the arch in the back.
Yeah, there was going to be a whole building on the right-hand side there as well, but that's I can't put that time for that.
Yeah, it's really hard to build castles in this game. You run into complexity issues very easily. Just trying to make the parts ornate enough to give that same feel of a castle. Just to do a dome at the top for a roof on each one of the towers is quite a few parts, and so it's really, really hard to avoid the whole complexity issue. But you did a really good job with it, and most of it renders for me very well. Keep in mind, I've got one of those newfangled PS5s, and so the graphics are at its peak for the game.
So how did you manage to get a PS5?
I had a friend. He woke me up. I was sleeping. He woke me up. He says, "Yeah, hey, we got one in the store. Get down here." And I jumped out of bed. I didn't even shower or brush my hair. I walked in. I must have looked like a bum or something. And I walked in there, and he had it put aside for me, and I picked it up without even thinking twice about my bank account or anything.
I'm like, yeah,
just take it. Just take it.
I need a friend like this.
Yeah, me too.
So, I got very lucky, but I waited a while too. I was really hoping that PlayStation would go with a little bit more mass production on the PS5s for Christmas holidays this last year. They did not, and that's when I was actually prepared to buy one. Was around Christmas time. But it didn't happen, and luckily for me, it happened only a month or so afterwards. So I got lucky, but they're just in such high demand right now. Very quiet. I really like it.
I'm just trying to see if I can boost that render. I think the best thing might actually be to teleport to the base. We'll see if that works. What's the name again of this base?
Clear your cache.
Yeah, I have no idea how to do it on my PC now.
Let's see. The name of the base is called Idne Colony.
Any Connie?
IDNAE. I don't know if he's named it actually, so that's probably why it sounds funny.
That's right. I haven't changed the name yet. So I had the microphone turned off.
No worries.
Nope, it doesn't show up here.
It's a beautiful planet you found for it. I love the mountains on this planet.
This is my favorite type of planet, with the mountains and the grass and the deep lakes.
Yeah, and you've got the natural bubbles floating everywhere, which usually dictates that the storms are either non-existent or don't harm you in any way.
That's a good point. I never really thought about that before.
Yeah. Something we've noticed when they first introduced those biomes was the planets that have those bubbles everywhere. They always seem to be beautiful planets, whether it's the purple grass or the green or yellow grass. The bubbles seem to be the marker of whether or not it's going to have a storm that's going to kill you or not.
Idnai.
Yeah, I didn't change the name.
You check the building out. Citadel forged with fire. Doesn't ring a bell, anti-rioter. It seems to be rendering in every time. Did you upload your base, Sam, or is it just am I downloading peer-to-peer now?
I haven't uploaded it yet.
That might be the reason.
Yeah, I think you're right there, Beebs. It hasn't not showed up on the servers, so what you're seeing is the cache, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Sam, I've got an interesting question for you.
Part every time.
Oh, sorry, go ahead there, Beebs. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, it's just every time it's the same part that doesn't show up, so it's the...
It's the cache,
Mhm.
yeah. My question was this: what is your favorite part to build with? Like, what do you like using the most? Are you like a short wall kind of guy? Do you like glitches, floors?
For the glitches, I mainly use the floors, the large floors, because I find if I'm using triangles with those and the large floors, they glitch onto the large floors easier than the smaller triangles. For the aesthetics, a lot of any part that's got lighting on it, and then try to glitch it into a small area, so it stacks up on itself, either in a circle or in an arc.
Yeah, I've always believed that a lot of people's styles are dependent on their favorite part that they like to use. In their bases, whether you're using floor tiles for walls, or sometimes it's short walls, especially these days when we're making domes and spheres out of short walls. Using that technique. Glitches are a bit of a favorite of mine. I love using glitches in the game. I think there's a lot of uses that you can have for those things. Some people like triangles. I know Kale, he uses triangles quite extensively in a lot of his builds. Beebs, how about you? What do you like using most?
The wire.
Good. I think that's the best answer I've heard so far.
I'm gonna try one more thing. I'm gonna quit the game. I'm gonna try to join DJ.
Okay.
I think it depends on the build as well, to some extent. Because the first base we visited, the Mobius house,
yeah.
That one, I found the plans online from the TV, from the film for that, and I based the size of the base and all the angles and everything off the plans. So that was trying to fit parts to the plan and get the arch. For other builds where it's grown more naturally, I'll put a rough idea, but not an exact plan. And then you get to a stage where you think, okay, it's looking good, but what could fit in there? And then trying to work parts together so they fit in and look good. And then it can be any part.
That's always a difficult one, is what can fit in those little gaps and areas. Yeah. Back in the day, that was always one of the biggest things was, when you're learning how to glitch build and you don't know all the techniques, you often have gaps and little holes in your build, and you're like, okay, well, what can I stick in there so you can't see the space or the hole? And that was always a thing with a lot of players, and you'd say, oh, why did you put this here? Oh, well, I had to fill a hole.
What is the stone buttress? Pharaoh says his favorite part is the stone buttress. Is that the little foot with the 2 iron buckles around it?
He may be referring to the corner piece.
Yeah, I was thinking the corner piece, but does this called buttress? I don't have building rights here, so I cannot check it. So.
Yeah, me neither. Oh, I do actually. Stone. Let me look that up.
It's called one of them's called the stone support pillar. So that looks like a buttress.
Yeah.
The other one
is
the
extruded wall cap. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't see one that says buttress, so he's using terminology which
he's using Pharaoh terminology.
Not in game.
The part you put against walls, so that's the little foot with the 2 iron brackets on the side. I think that's what you mean.
Yeah. the stone support pillar, I believe.
Probably. Stone support is a buttress. So yeah, it renders in just the same every time. Whatever I'm tried now, every time it's the same part not showing up. So definitely it's not server right. It's just I'm trying to download this base from peer to peer and it doesn't work.
Yeah, I think your cache probably full from all the bases you visited today. There's an awful lot of parts there.
So I think the lesson for next time is I should upload all the bases we're going to visit.
Oh, definitely. It does make a difference. I know when I have guests over at my bases, even the smaller ones, if I have not uploaded it, parts just don't appear in a lot of cases. But uploading makes a difference for certain. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And big bases, absolutely, without question. I've had a few people over visiting some of my bases that are quite large, and they saw everything that was there. And of course, it was multiplayer. So, I invited them, they showed up and the parts were there, but it needed to be uploaded. Some say 2 or 3 days before. I'm a firm believer in giving it a couple of weeks of upload time.
Couple of weeks, really? I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just allows HG to make sure that their servers are current with everything that's there. Any changes that may have been made or whatnot. A good couple of weeks of that thing that you built, whatever it may be, is sort of set in stone as part of the not so much procedural generation, but you built it, so it's there. It renders in with the planet and with the terrain that you built it on. So yeah, and that's, I mean, I don't have no science behind it, but it seems a couple of weeks always seems to make a difference for me.
Mm. Yeah, I'm advising every time when I'm doing the base visits is to have at least 1 week and a half upload before. At least. So far I have no issues with it, but I like what you did with the grass as well on the side. It gives it a little bit of that ruin look.
Yeah,
built in the side.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I think I saw Faro doing this as well on his build on the butterfly house.
It's always good to use your terrain to your advantage and incorporate it with the style of build that you're building in with, having it flow in and around the terrain seamlessly. It seems to add the realism to the build an awful lot.
Yeah, I've used that technique quite a bit. And with Frontiers now, it's easy to do because that the ivy stuff there won't glitch onto a wall. It stands out straight, so you have to put a floor in above and then glitch put it onto the floor, so it looks like it's stuck to the wall.
Yeah, definitely interesting how that stuff attaches. I fought with it a number of times myself. It's a great item to use in your builds. I really like it. I wish we could size it up a little bit bigger, but I really like using it, and it glitches different than most items. A tree will glitch in normally, horizontal or perpendicular to the connection. But that ivy or lichen, whatever you want to call it, it glitches opposite, and it sticks straight out, which is kind of odd. But it's definitely a good build part. One of my favorites of the tree variety.
This is a long tunnel, Beeps.
I found a secret tunnel.
I like building these. So.
I found a secret tunnel. In the build.
I hope you find your way out.
Yep, just made it out.
I did a mining build once, and I had the little mining town and the mine shaft entrance, and then I just did a whole network of underground tunnels. I deleted it, unfortunately.
Some planets have great caves structures. Others not quite so much, but I really love what they did with the caves since Frontiers. And I think it all started back when they introduced the newer biomes, where they had parts that were glowing inside the caves. And they've just improved upon it every update now. Granted, beware or build at your own risk when you're building inside of a cave, because they do tend to either grow back or change with each update. But they are just beautiful inside. Some of the most picturesque scenes are some of those interiors of caves.
Yeah.
Hey Pico, welcome. You have another build for us, Sam?
I have one large one again, which was probably not going to render, so I don't know if that's a good idea.
Did you upload it? I don't think you did, no.
No, because I went over the build limit again.
Yeah.
But there was a small R&D one, which might be interesting.
That's nice. I like R&D bases.
Oh, absolutely. Let's go for it.
How are you doing, Pico?
Now, I remember...
What is this? The center has to be at least...
I remember about a year ago, Sam, one of the builds that first brought my attention to you, in particular, where I started actually looking at your builds very, very closely, was the one of the build challenges that was done by the Beeblebum. Was the anniversary to spaceflight, or man in space. And your build, if I remember correctly, was the spaceship for Close Encounters of the Third Kind.
It was, yes. Yeah.
Yeah. What made you think of that? Because that one, it blew me away, and I thought to myself, I was kicking myself in the butt, because I thought, oh my gosh, why didn't I think of that? It was such a perfect idea and an iconic film, and definitely one of my favorites as I grew up over the years. You did a wonderful job with it, and I loved how you built almost like a city upside down to give the illusion of that starship. What made you think of that? Was it that was the first thought in your head, or?
So I've always liked that film as well. Watched it quite a lot as a kid, and the scene where the spaceship's hovering over the mountain, and they talk to it with the flashing lights and the tones. That's always been a favorite scene from that film. And then at the time I was building the Mobius house, and I was doing the dome, and that gave me the idea, kind of linked to the Close Encounters theme. But again, I scaled the thing up much too big, and I was using Pharaoh's technique to create the dome underneath, and it took me ages. I think I used a 64-sided circle, and it was just far too big. And I went up to the
luckily, luckily, you're not judged on the size of your build in that particular contest. So just supplying the pictures that were uploaded from what you had built was phenomenal, and I love the use of lights. How you created the random little blinking lights all over the underside and around the side of the saucer style ship. It was one of my favorite films, and to see that somebody had built it, it blew me away, because I didn't think at the time that it was even possible, because it was so big. But you made that a reality for sure, and it was one of the first builds that I saw that you had put out there that really turned my head and went, oh wow, Sam Vimes guy, it's a fantastic build. I really love what you did there.
Thank you very much.
And I think you had been building for a short while there before that as well, but I think you were still learning how to glitch build and getting your bearings. But that was definitely one of my favorites that you've ever built.
Thank you. So maybe that's a point to mention here for other people. I always looked at the builds that the more experienced people were doing, and thought, I'm never going to post anything that I built, because it's just not up to that standard. Yeah, people are just going to laugh at it. And that was the first time that I took part in a challenge, and I was really nervous about it. I thought, okay, I'll do it, and I got some positive feedback, so that helped. So I would say to anybody who's listening, now if you think like that as well, mine's not going to be good enough, and then just go for it. It's going to be much better
Absolutely.
than you think.
Yeah, post them. We want to see them. We want to see them, whether you think it's good or bad. After all, even if you're not fully happy with it, there may be some wonderful ideas and ingenious creativity in some of these builds, and it may not be as refined as you like, but that's how you learn. Is by building, refining your own methods, learning from others. And it can't happen unless you post them, right? So by being able to post them, you're sharing what your experiences are, and that's something that we've always encouraged at the Beeble Hive is, positive feedback on every build that comes out, regardless of what others may think. It's still a build, and each person learns at their own speeds and levels, and so as they post about them and learn new techniques, you start to see a lot of improvements along the way, and it's really interesting to see the journey of new builders over time as they come to be better skilled glitch builders. And I definitely encourage everybody to post their builds, regardless of how big, how small, how much glitch building, just because a lot of the builders use glitch building in their builds doesn't mean that you have to use all glitch building techniques as well. Some of the greatest builds I've ever seen were never glitch built. They were built green state only. And back in the day when my only experience with really amazing builds was Boyd Gaming. He was building pop cans, giant pop cans and snakes and stuff like that had curves on them that nobody was really doing. But we all learned a lot of things from him. Olagolos, Ashfacta, these guys, came up with different ways of creating builds that have never been seen before. And once that ball got rolling, other people, sort of took that ball and kept it rolling, and came up with even greater builds as well. So it definitely encouraged, very definitely encouraged. Like to see more of them.
Definitely, yeah. And the Close Encounters build and plan to create the light and sound effect as well, using the bite beat and the light boxes, but I couldn't quite work that out in time.
Can we join you in the meantime, Sam?
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, okay,
We're talking too much.
Yeah, I believe the bite beat at the time was still in works, and there was a lot of it that a lot of people didn't really know how to make it work. So it was still very difficult, and I think there was only a few players that were really using the bite beat to its full potential. So kudos for thinking that far in advance in trying to get it to work as well. But definitely really cool, and it would almost be interesting. Oh, black hole! Let's not go in there. It would be really interesting to revisit, a base build like that, and to see if you could even incorporate those techniques that you've learned now with a build that you had built back then. To see if there was any improvements that you could make or things that you would add. I know now with the resizing glitch that you can cut down on parts by resizing parts, right? So one giant wall equals three regular sized walls, and that might even help some of these builds that are really high in complexity.
Yeah.
Are you in this? Are you in the?
I'm at the base.
Because I don't see anybody. I don't even see DJ now.
Left of the black hole.
Well, depends a bit now because I've been rotating, so.
You're just flying around the black hole.
Now, let me just try again.
No puns. No puns, everyone. Another beautiful planet here, Sam. You really picked a really nice R&D planet here.
Yeah, it started out life as a different build, And then we went out one evening. They had a light and sound show in town here, and a load of artists had done different light and sound displays, and one of them was the inspiration for what I started building here then. So I wanted to incorporate that into this build somehow.
I love what you did with these balls. Yes.
You're here. Okay.
Yeah. Still waiting on Beebs, but I'm here.
I do not see DJ.
Rejoin the group.
I do not see any of you guys.
You're in the same instance.
Yeah, I'm just gonna fly to the space station so that I load up in the instead of from the anomaly.
Okay.
I might have to restart the game just for a second and see if that's
being temperamental.
Multiplayer.
Yeah, so these balls, this was the light show at the in town. They had big balloons with the colored lights inside, and that produced this kind of effect.
Yeah, the one you've got over the this pathway here is exceptional. I really love how that looks, and they just glow from the inside out. Fantastic look.
Yeah, but everybody's wondering what we're talking about now. I think it's...
Yes.
We only know that
Kirsty's not here.
We only know that DJ loves DJ loves Sam's balls. That's all I know.
Yeah, who's gonna quote that one?
I love your glowing balls, Sam. That's what I'm hearing.
I didn't think this through, did I?
Neither did I, apparently. The use of color is really phenomenal. I love how you took what you saw and incorporated that in your builds here, and you learn from it. As builders, that's something that it really adds to the look of a build and your skill set.
Yeah, thank you.
So I'm trying not to say too much before Beebs gets here.
Well, this is very weird because I do not see any of your...
Hold on, let me see if I can find you. I see your icon.
Skeng, thank you so much for being a member for 6 months.
Yellow?
So
you're the yellow icon. So where are you? Oh no, you're green. My mistake. Colorblind now.
See, I don't see anybody in the list here. I'm in your group, but I don't see anybody nearby.
Would you like me to invite you? Let me see if I can invite you to the game. Maybe that'll help. I don't think I can because your PC doesn't give me the option to invite. My game is open. Sam, yours is open. We've been joining you this whole time.
Yeah.
Strange. I think the game has finally had enough of Beebs.
Just decided, nope, it doesn't show anything. Welcome. So people that playing on the Switch, get ready for this. The multiplayer fun of not seeing your friends.
I can see everybody in the current group.
I see anybody in the current group, but I don't see anybody nearby. So if I go to a nearby player list,
nearby players. You're no longer on the nearby players list. Let me see if I can go to the space station here and see if I can sort of guide you to the base. Give me a minute here to make my way to the ship.
Yo, Sefka, have a good night, man. Thanks for joining.
All right, give me a moment here just to fly to the space station here and see if I can guide you back.
out of the
30-second flight.
I expect to get a lot of mileage out of that first time when Switch version drops, yeah.
What kind of ships do you like, Sam? Obviously, you've got your own little collection of ships. What's your favorite style? Are you an explorer guy, a fighter guy?
I like the living ship.
You like the living ship?
Yeah. I spent ages completing the mission to get that one. But before that, I mostly went for the fighters.
Mm-hmm.
But the living ship is just that organic look. Just preferred that.
Okay, so Beebs is not here at the space station.
Yep, that's what I thought. Let me just try and fly into the anomaly again and try to do this new warp if I can.
Yeah, maybe I'd be able to see you in the space station.
Maybe I'm just in the wrong system. I had this before, that I just jumped to completely the wrong system.
What system name is it, if you don't mind me asking?
Invisibeeps.
For me, it says Mabazaru Viking system. But I don't know if that's the same system Beebs is in.
Let's jump to Sam. Let's see if it works.
Okay.
Nope, I just jumped out of the space station. That was... What is this name of the system?
It was called Mabarazu.
Yeah,
that's right.
You should be able to see us now.
Can I see your icon?
This is Paradise 1. The base is on Paradise 1.
Okay, that's the planet? Okay.
Yeah.
That's that one, Paradise 1. There's nothing on there. I don't see an icon or anything, so I'm just not at all nearby.
Yeah. It's having a really difficult time.
Yeah, Jeff, as I know, every time before an update, this is what we get.
Yeah, that's a real shame. Your marker isn't showing up anymore. It's almost like it doesn't want to send you to the same server.
That, or you guys have to try and join me and see if that makes a difference.
Okay. Yeah, let's do that. I'm gonna call it Nexus.
I'm just gonna land on the planet and see if
it's a No Man's Sky.
I've not seen Sam Vine's icon since the beginning, but I saw DJs and I was using DJs to find my locations.
Okay.
But now I don't see the base computer as well, so... Oh, I see a base computer.
Beeblebum.
Is that WIWY?
Yes, that's the one.
Hey Moose! Welcome, welcome.
That's it. Yeah.
There we go. Beeblebum. There we go.
DJ enter the system.
Yeah. Weird.
Multiplayer on No Man's Sky.
Okay, have a good
Spend 2 hours finding each other and 15 minutes enjoying the base.
I see a spaceship.
I can see you, Beeps.
Sam, what was your favorite update so far in No Man's Sky? Which one did you find was probably the best for your style of play?
That's a good question. Definitely Frontiers for building.
Uh-huh.
But before that, I forget which one it was, whichever one added all the axlecraft.
What
was that?
Pathfinder?
The first one. Pathfinder, yeah, I think you're right, Beeps.
Yeah, right. Being able to drive around on the planet and
I
also
love your
being able to
balls.
summon the ship.
Yeah, now who's saying that?
Now everybody can see what we're talking about.
I mean, at least I see your balls. I mean, the rest is a little bit in the bushes, but...
That's terrible. But like I said, this was inspired by a display in town. They had these massive balloons with the different colored lights inside.
Mm-hmm.
And then I thought, there's got to be a way I can recreate this.
I remember you posting pictures about it in the Discord.
Yes, that's right. So this is the resizing glitch, and there's two balls inside each other.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a smaller one. Yeah, you can see it as it's phasing in and out there.
Yeah, I noticed that one of them, the balls was disappearing.
Yeah.
Hey, Don't Peek Me and Bowchaser, welcome. Good to see you guys. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, and to think I nearly did not see Sam's balls.
See what you were missing there, Beeps?
Hmm?
Missing out on all the fun. Yeah, I really like how you've got the lights in there. Now, how did you do that? Like you built a ball, placed lights on it, and then resized another ball and put it over top of it, or?
Yeah, so the inner one, the first try at this, I used the normal size ball as the inner one, but put it off the ground. You can see on the left hand side. Yeah, I like that angel gif as well. Yeah. So the ball at the back there, you can see it's stacked up on pill lights.
Mm-hmm.
And so there's a smaller one inside that's glitched onto the pill light. Then place the lights on it, then resize, and then glitch the second ball on a pill light a little bit further down. Because the glitch point is not the center of the ball, it's the underside of the ball. So and it's quite a lot of playing around to try and get it to the right size. Because if you make the outer one too big, then the lights don't shine through properly. And if you make it too small, then they show through the outer surface.
You have to find that. It reminds me a bit of that disco light I made on my freighter. I don't know when I did that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was about a little over a year ago, I think, Beeps.
I don't know. It's been a long time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's been a long time.
And then I was wondering how this would look with the different logos. If that would shine through or if they'd cover up the light. To what
kind
degree.
of does now, yeah.
Yeah, a little bit. Sometimes it shines through and you get different effects. So
Yeah, there's lots of different colors with the decals in the game, so it can definitely give you some really interesting effects. The new one that we have with the traveler walking away, that's a really nice color.
Yes,
it's almost
the gray, yeah,
purple with blue and grays. It's got some really good hues to it. Cafe 42 logo, that bright orange, has a really nice effect on a lot of things as well. There's the different species, the Corvax, Viking, and Gek. They're all different colors, and they give off a really nice look too.
We need a radioactive redeem. Why? So Pharaoh says it's normal that one ball is smaller than the other, but it's not normal for them to glow.
Might want to see a doctor for that. Yeah, and I also like the decals for expeditions. They're gold, and they take on a really nice reflective pattern as well. In fact, if you can see me sitting on top of it there, you can see the lights and the decals are actually shining right over top of my character. Also a nice effect for a photo.
Just a screenshot. There we go. You cannot believe how I'm enjoying that little touch portal system that I can just now take a screenshot, do recording without having to push hotkeys.
Now, is that something for PC? Because I know they've introduced Discord to PlayStation now.
Oh no, I'm using Touch Portal. It's a can have a free application that you can link to your phone or your iPad or whatever, and then you can press a button, make a hotkey for that button, and you can just make a screenshot, instant replay. Because if you want to do it with your keyboard, you have to do Alt F1, Alt F9.
Yeah. And then if you want to share it to other places, you're transferring it from one place to another until you can, yeah, that definitely makes things easier.
It's very weird that the decal indeed is marked on your character as well.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. If I were to spin around, it would show across my face. Very cool effects you've done here, Sam. I really like how you've learned from seeing things out in the real world and tried to incorporate them in your builds.
Thank you.
Yeah, I definitely think that adds to a player skill set to see something that you like out in the real world and then try and build it or make it possible. Your use of light, even more than the balls. If you look at the tower here next to it, you can see that through the windows you've got green, blue, red, even purple glow in there as well, and all that adds to a really, really nice effect.
Yeah, you can get some fantastic lighting effects with the different parts now. And the skull, the blue light from the skull.
Yeah, I love that light.
Yeah, me too. Because it permeates everything. You just need one. It
does.
And it expands for such a large area as well.
Yeah, I remember I had to remove a couple of skulls from a few of my builds because it lit up the room so brightly blue that it changed the whole look. And I went, well, it was nice, but it doesn't fit. So I had to remove them. But yeah, they really give off a heck of a glow and they look really good. I wish we had the option of changing the color of the lights on some of these parts that they've given us. But save that for another day.
Yeah, I
that would be really kind of interesting. Yeah.
What I'd like to do is to be able to change the color of the light based on a second input into the light.
So you could actually put a byte beat on it, yeah.
Yeah, and if you put a byte beat on it and with different codes in effect, then you change the color of the light.
That would be very cool indeed.
We used to be able to do that with pill lights if you were to glitch one color pill light onto another color pill light, and it was about a year and a half ago. Pez came out with a video or a stream where he was playing around with that feature as well, glitching pill lights onto other pill lights and coming up with different colors. Purples and oranges and really, really nice effects. It's been quite a bit reduced since Frontiers, but I believe it's still possible using the pill lights. You just have to power them.
But the pillars now again have the proximity, so they don't. Once you have one or two next to each other, they both will light up.
Yeah.
There's no way anymore to switch between colors. That's the problem. Like the little light inside the handle.
Yeah, that glitched in nicely. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Yeah, it really works.
We have seen so many new people joining Beeble Discord, and it's been amazing to see the growth of many builders, including you, Sam. It's been great to see you, constantly evolving and growing as a builder.
Thank you. But it's all down to you guys. You know, if you didn't produce all this content, and if the community wasn't as fantastic as it is, then it would be much more difficult.
No, it's great to be able to share the creativity with each other as well and get feedback.
Absolutely. Yeah. You know, the more people that share, the more ideas float around, and we all learn from each other that way. It's like we all link into this sort of ethos of building. One person gets an idea, another person takes it, runs with it, and shares it. And next thing you know, we're all doing, really, really cool things that nobody ever thought were possible. But it only takes one person to share an idea for it all to start making it happen. And, the balls that are all lit up here is a really, really good example of that. I don't think we've seen anybody else really, match that or incorporate that into any of their builds. I'm going to have to think and put my little thinking cap on and see if I can incorporate some of these glowing balls into my build, because it's a really, really great idea.
Thank you.
Yo, F-Lock, welcome. Thanks for joining, man. Have a good night. See you next time.
And it looks so good when you sat on top of that.
Yeah, that's right, Alex. Four-sided light cubes. Although we were doing that for a while now, I can't remember who came up with the original technique, but it was shown to me by APG a long time ago, merging light boxes together in different rotations to come up with different connection points on it, and that was a really, really big eye opener for glitch building things in a really, really tight location at different rotations.
So, Sam, what's your next project?
The one I'm working on at the moment is a secret.
Yes, I know. Yeah, you have a secret build there.
Yeah, so, but
everybody's got a secret build.
Yeah, Pez actually announced it. It's a collaboration build, and he posted a poster about it.
Coming soon.
Coming soon, and we're all rushing to finish it off. So, and like I said, I'm trying to do it justice because his builds are all built around a central story, and I'm really trying to do that justice. But yeah, we'll see. I hope everybody likes it when it's finally released. But
I know I'm looking forward to another segment of the Pez's lore, the Buyan storyline. Fantastic storyline.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Spoiler. Yep, spoiler indeed.
Yeah. Okay. I'm not going to say any more, Alex.
Well, I know that when I was starting to build, I had like 5-6 projects in my head that I wanted to build. This has definitely reduced now. But in the beginning, I had like, I want to build this, and I want to build that, and I want to build that.
And as the last one, we can try the other large build and see if that renders.
Well, let's try. Let's see if we can. Well, I'm pretty sure my PC won't burn, so just won't show up. Ooh, that looked so cool, that ship flying in. It almost looked like a dragon because it was like tilted in a certain way, but now it just looks like a stupid explorer. Let's try this again, shall we?
One more crack at the rendering game, right?
In total, how long have you been building now, Sam?
So I started when the game came out, the Green State building. And then the glitch building, probably 2.5 years. Because I joined your Discord in November 2020.
2020, my god. I was thinking 2.5 years, but yes.
Time flies, eh?
I started my channel in October 2019. So that's now, it's gonna be, well, not yet, we are 2 years and a half, so going to 3 years.
It's been a really fun ride.
It has. Yeah.
Wild Bear, for me it's every time, why am I building this? Why am I building that? Where's the aspirin?
Sometimes it just takes a while to find that inspiration. I go through dry spells like any other builder, where you're searching for an inspiration or something that's going to spark your interest to build something, something that you haven't done before. Where do you draw your inspiration from? Is it from the things you see in your city or movies? Where do you get it from?
Mainly movies. So most of the builds I've done have been trying to reproduce something I've seen in the film also. But yeah, but also from the other builders, the bases I've seen, like with Beeps' spiral staircase video, and then I thought, yeah, I've had the idea to do a castle for a while, and after I saw that video, I thought, yes, got to do that. No, that was the inspiration for that one.
Yeah, I definitely drew a lot of inspiration from staircases myself. For a good while there, I was doing nothing but spiral this and glitching separator staircase that. And every time I talk to Beebs, he says, "No, DJ, we don't do things by eye. It must be snap point only." But yeah, those kinds of things I think allow for a lot of creativity. I build a lot of things by eye, lining things up with the lines and the markers that are given to us on the parts. But I find that that's how I stay a little bit more creative. Sometimes is doing it a little bit more by eye. Other times I prefer the snap to method of creating surrounding of scaffolding with snap to parts. So once I've got that scaffolding in place, it's just snap it in place, and it allows for a precision building that you really can't match by eye very well.
Yeah,
I think since Frontiers, building by eye is a little bit more common, especially with resizing parts.
Yeah,
because you cannot snap them, so you have to place them.
That's true. But like you say, every time I try to or go to place something by eye, I always think about what Beebs has said, that you should never place something by eye. It's always a way to glitch something in there.
Yeah, it's just stronger than myself. I want to have things perfectly snapped in position. That's just my OCD.
Well, it helps to avoid a lot of gaps, or corners that don't quite line up, right? Snap to method is a seamless way of making sure parts are precision, placed, proper angles, and so on and so forth. And sometimes by eye, it's really difficult to get that. It's worth it in a lot of cases to build your scaffolding so that you can snap things into place in that precision method. But getting that scaffolding in place is the hard part in a lot of cases.
Exactly. Yeah. So I'm at the next base.
All right.
Are you?
I'm gonna wait for DJ to jump out first.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. In fact, some of the creativity is, from creating the scaffolding, because the scaffolding itself can be really hard to figure out where to put those pieces, so that the real pieces go in the right place.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a real art form, learning how to build by scaffolding, and something I've learned a lot in the Discord community, the Beeble Hive there. Okay, I'm there, Beebs, if you want to join me.
I just didn't bloody boo-boo, so I'm going to do it again.
Oops.
APG is bound to jump in any minute and tell us to stop focused on scaffold. That's where APG and myself are totally different. But
no, I've seen APG use a fair amount of scaffolding in the past.
Yeah, I know, but APG likes to build more freely, and that is also good because it's just a different style of building and it gets different results as well. So everybody would build the same.
Now is this oh, here we are. Okay, so this one is atmospheric.
Yeah, this is
is there a landing bay open?
Yeah, there should be 3 landing
Might have to fly around a little bit.
I see DJ.
Okay.
Yeah.
See you guys.
I'm just floating around right now, trying to find a place to park.
Really curious to see this rent.
I might learn it after like 4 of these streams, DG.
Oh, that's okay. I don't mind DJ. It works just fine with me.
Hey,
I've been called lots of things, so.
Hey, DJ.
Right now, I'm only seeing. I'm only seeing one landing pad here. I'm going to see if I can land on it, even though no, won't let me. That's okay. I'll leave it open for Beebs. He's streaming, so we want to see what he's got on camera here.
Nothing.
Okay, so I think the name gives this away. What I tried to build here.
I see the teleporter down there. The base computer down there.
Yeah. So.
This one is an atmospheric base, so he's well above the.
Okay, there we go.
The base computer is on the ground, but the base is up. There we go.
I won't be able to land as well because I only see one end already.
That's a shame.
I see part of the sphere. Is it a Borg sphere or a Borg cube?
It's a cube.
Ah, but there's a sphere inside the cube.
There's a sphere inside.
Yeah.
So what I was going for was the look from the Star Trek film, where there was the inner sanctum for the Queen. So I did the sphere, and then there's a cube around it. Slowly rendering it.
Hey, welcome back, Action Pants.
You just get a landing pad to render there, then I think we got a winner.
Speak about the devil, and you see his tail.
His ears were burning. Oh, okay. There's another landing pad that just popped for me, Beeps. If you want to take it.
I don't see it. I just see the landing pad. The living ship is placed on.
Yeah, it's right next to the living ship on the far side of it. Maybe fly around another revolution or two, and it might pop for you.
Let's do the little trick again, and.
But again, this one's over the build limit. That's 3,500 parts for this.
Again.
And it's not even halfway finished, so.
Yeah, these are the kind of builds you have to just make a video about to be able to share it, because there's nothing else you can do with it.
Yeah, I know some builders will place multiple base computers very close to each other, or as close as you can get to allow for higher build part count.
But still, you can only upload one.
Only so much. Exactly. There's only so much that you'll be able to see. So close. It actually has a little green circles around it too, so it'll let me land. But I'm not the one streaming, so I'm gonna just keep circling until it pops for you.
Oh, like up! Oh! I just saw landing pad.
There you go. Yeah,
I had to go in camera mode. I think Alex van Logan is trying to exercise the devil.
Is that aimed at my base or me?
No, the devil, as in because they were talking about Action Pants Gaming and he jumped in the chat. I said, if you speak about the devil, you see his tail.
Okay.
It's starting to render in slowly, but I don't think we will see everything though.
No.
But definitely.
Probably not if you're already max complexity.
Looking amazing here. Is that like the... Oh, that's the hole in the cube. That's really nicely done.
Yeah, so the idea here was in the film when the Borg cube blew up and the inner sanctum flew out.
Yes.
And so I was going to create the cube and then a separate smaller one, which would have been the queen escaping.
Mm-hmm. I like what you did with the teleporters here as well as the charging stations.
Yeah, and I put some of the statues in there as well to simulate the Borg. There we go. Yeah. But this is, I think I've got, it's 8 floors by 8 floors by 8 floors. So again, this is a large volume and it renders in really badly. And I'm already at 3,500 parts, so this was another over-ambitious project. And then the message, what do you call them?
The message modules.
Message modules, that's right.
Yeah, they really need to give us part counters in the game.
APG. This is Sam Vimes build. We're doing a spotlight for Sam Vimes today. Community spotlight.
And I don't know if you can get in there, but if you go up to the top and look into the top of the dome.
Wee. Wee.
Well, that looks really cool.
Trinani Guru, thank you so much for the subscription and welcome to Beeblebum.
It hasn't rendered in. There's another layer above this, but it hasn't rendered.
Okay, the layer hasn't rendered, but I can see the hole in the top of the sphere there. That looks
I think
really
you have
cool
a second layer probably of this, yeah.
Yeah, there's a second layer up here, and That's a shame because in the second layer I'd put the Atlas seed.
Ah, oh, you built the Atlas seed.
Yeah, but it hasn't rendered. That's a real thing. I'll put some pictures on Discord. But...
Okay, the message modules don't say anything good. Okay, so I don't miss anything.
Because APG was kind enough to teach me how to build the Atlas seed.
Uh-huh.
And then, because I was going to use it as the Borg Queen's escape ship. And then I decided to put it at the top of the Borg cube as like a inner sanctum part.
Mm-hmm.
And it worked quite well. But I haven't been back to this build for quite a while.
There's a lot of wires in here as well, and wires count the count as well. That's the annoying part.
Yeah, but I was always afraid to delete the wires. Partly because of the phase deletion, but also because the wire that I delete is then the one that I need 5 minutes later.
Yeah.
Isn't that always the case? Yeah. I've created so many saves just for that reason alone. Save with the wires and then do the work, and save without the wires. Does it work? Everything working? Okay, then I can make a new save on the old save. And yes, you get creative with those saves.
No, every part counts as one action punch. There's no more weight on parts. There used to be weight on parts. I think before next. I think even before next, there used to be a weight to parts, but now it's all one.
That's right. Yeah. Some of the prefabs used to have carry a weight of like 5, something like that. Yeah. But we proved that one wrong. I think it was there was a day in the Discord where Big Pharaoh and Ez and a few others were experimenting and literally building to max complexity each of those parts, whether it was prefabs or floors, trying to determine what the actual maximum complexity was.
So that part is the inner sanctum, so you shouldn't be able to see in there.
That's the queen here?
Yeah, that's where she should be. So that's like the operating room for the Borg.
So you shouldn't be able to see in here. What a shame.
Now there's transporters that take you to different sections. So
in Aqua Sanitas.
But it was fun to build this and playing with the lighting again to try to get the green effect on the cube. And then this was at a time where I was watching a lot of the videos and trying to work out the different things. So one of the things that hasn't rendered is one of the circular airlocks. With like 20 of the power doors or something. So it formed a really smooth, but it's...
that's a bit of rendering. Yeah. I really like what you did with the slime on, in the middle of the hollow doors there. That looks really good. It gives off a really cool glowing effect.
It's just
it took me a minute to realize that's what you used.
The floor renders out when I walk over it. It's just the moment I feel like I'm gonna fall.
Oh, that's a horrible effect.
It's a long way down, Beebs.
I'm already short. I cannot fall. Yeah, the rendering definitely needs to be improved. Now the difference is, just as you know, guys, this is none of the bases are uploaded, so I'm downloading the information from Sam's system to mine, and that's always a little bit iffy. So the smart thing, Sam, if you next time do builds like that, is to upload it at 3000 parts and then build more on it. If you invite people over, at least they're gonna see the 3000 parts normally.
Yeah.
course, now you cannot upload it anymore because you already passed that count.
That's right. So now the smart thing is to stay under 3,000 parts.
Yeah. That's. I've been always trying to stay under 3,000 parts. I never went. I went over it, but then I just deleted again and. My first base that was actually over limit was Winterfell. That went over, and then I had to delete everything because I would go to 6,000 parts when I was continuing what I was doing.
That was the first ever glitch build I ever saw. Was Beeblebum's Winterfell.
And there was almost no glitch building except for the floors in there. Well, yeah, the floors were the only thing that I glitch built because the rest snapped onto it.
Yeah, we had to build the circles, right, for the towers. Yeah,
the circles, and then using the ladders to get the floor completely closed in small tiles.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I remember it blew me away because I had never seen anything quite like it before.
Grandpa Law Gaming, welcome. I think he just landed the ship against the bar cube so he could look around.
I tried to land, it wouldn't let me, so I just rammed it in there and
and that's how you do it, DJ.
I'm stuck.
That's how you do
That's
it.
That's right. If it doesn't fit, stuff it in there.
It's going to be a quote.
It's a good thing this is creative. I probably would have died by now.
That's a shame the top part hasn't rendered. Okay. This crashes for me quite a lot now as well when I visited it earlier.
Yeah.
So
an awful lot of building parts.
Yeah, and I've hit the limit for the save build as well, the 20,000 parts.
Oh, well, 16,000.
Or 16,000.
Yeah, we don't
deleting bases.
Well,
so I think,
sadly enough, we don't have any 20,000s anymore.
Yeah. So I think this will be the next
strangely
base.
enough, I've never hit the build limit for one time.
The 20,000?
I think I've both 20,000 and the individual base complexity of 3,000. Yeah, one would think that I'd have hit that number of times, but no, just the one time, and it was both base complexity and save complexity. So my whole save, I had to delete a couple of bases and a lot of wires.
I hit it on every save on my PlayStation except for my permanent save. At least we have 15 saves now, so we can go a little bit more wild. But like I said, it would be great to be able to start a new save plus, so you don't have to restart the whole game again and do the story again.
I agree. That would make things really simple. Especially for players who have done it a number of times. Once or twice, it's fun to do the storyline and stuff. But after a while, it does get to be a little bit much when you just want a new save for building only.
Grandpa Law Gaming. Is there a way to get the base parts amount used? No. If you look at your building above my head on PlayStation 4 and Xbox, or PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series S, you will see once you hit the 3,000 parts, that's when it's going to tell you that you reached 3,000 parts. So you can always stay under 3,000 parts, but you never know how many. And I don't know why they still not have added that to the game as an option. Because they are definitely counting your parts, so there should be a way to show you you're now building 300 parts on your base.
Can you see my icon, Beebs? So maybe if we try with the teleporters and we teleport into an area.
No, I only see DJ said. I might have to send that. I sent you a friend request, but you declined it, so I was very offended.
Me? Really? No.
Yeah. I sent you a friend request when you came in this afternoon to check if it was working.
It wouldn't let me click on yes.
Ah, okay. Okay.
And
Somebody else mentioned that problem.
It's
yes,
forgiven.
Okay.
Somebody else mentioned that problem the other day, where it wouldn't let them accept the friend request, only declined.
Yeah, because I forgot to add Sam to my list. I need to add his friend code still.
Okay.
But I don't want to do it on stream because I don't want to share your friend code if you don't want to share it to others.
Well, maybe that's why you had such a hard time earlier. I added his friend code earlier before the stream.
Give me a second. Give me a second. Can I do this in here? Network, friends. View New Man's Sky friend. Add. Okay. Give me a second, guys. I'm gonna switch to This is the time music, you know. Sam, you sent me the code, but I forgot. Where did you send it?
It's in our chat if you need beeps. You might need to scroll up a bit.
Yeah,
it's in our chat.
Yeah,
you should be able to find it there.
Let's see if that works. Do I need to put dashes in between? I think so. No. 0.
No.
No.
No dashes.
Okay.
It just makes it easier to follow the code when it's all broken up like that.
Yeah.
No Man's Sky friend added. All right. Now go back to the gameplay screen. There we go. I see you.
Victory.
The base still renders the same though, but at least I see you now.
You trying to land in the sphere there, DJ?
I'm just trying to get my ship to stop moving.
I wish I could land my ship on the ground there, but it's too low.
So, stood in there. Cool. Okay,
Yeah.
So, did you see the teleporter?
No.
No. That's frustrating.
Yeah, you'll probably only see what you saw before.
Hey, Mr. Witchblade. Loki, welcome.
Okay. Yeah, there should be a teleporter there, and that takes you into the next level.
If I walk here, I fall off.
Don't fall, Beebs. I don't know if I can catch you.
It is what it is, Sam. It is what it is. But I can totally see what you've been building.
You can see the size of the thing now, and this is only 8 floors by 8 floors by 8 floors, and it's just too much volume.
No, I don't want to report the base. But this is definitely less than 3,000 parts. It's just annoying that it just doesn't show more. The only thing
there's at least a third missing here.
Let me try something. Let me try one more thing, guys. Let me just save and reload. Let's join Sam this time, because now he's my friend. Sam Vimes. I need people to take a look at the video or something. I need people to take a look at the video or something. What? Hello? Okay.
Bye, Beeps.
I'll just do this again. Calling my ship. Just don't follow the glass. To come to Oculus Quest 2. Hey Kismet, welcome. I have no idea. I'm assuming that they are working on an upgraded VR version once the PlayStation VR 2 is released, so...
This is the other thing I wish they'd fix. Is the moon pool legs.
Yep, yeah.
Yeah,
I've seen some people
are wishing for that.
But I've seen some people now using these legs as part of this build. So now the people are going to complain about the fact that the legs disappear when they fix it. Hey, Johnny Lee, welcome.
You know, your living ship looks really good like that, Sam.
On the landing pad? Or?
With my ship merged with it.
Okay.
Doesn't show anything. I can just hit DG.
Everybody's whipping boy. Here you go. Yeah, slam into me, Beebs. I'm standing right here on the landing pad.
I don't see anything. I just see you,
DG. Jump on the hood of your ship. Oh, I just missed the hood of your ship.
I don't have a rear view mirror to cheat. But it seems to be rendering just the same, Sam, so it doesn't really make a difference. Yeah.
Okay. At least you get the idea.
I have a landing pad again, but it's not mine. I have to wait for the next one. Ooh, that's a lot of meteors.
I think it's an opportunity to explore a little bit of it.
Actually, Alex, it's LEWB now. We changed it so it would be allowed by the bot to type it. Adapt or die, right? Yeah. We shall take...
The lubricant.
There's no time for lubricant. There's always time for lubricant!
I'll get the lubricant.
We shall assimilate your rendering and make it ours.
Okay. Yeah.
What is rendering? It's pretty cool.
It's weird. I find it so funny that this is not rendering on a PC and it's rendering better on the PlayStation 5.
But how much can you see, DG?
About the same as what Beebs was seeing, actually.
Okay.
On this base. Yeah,
okay.
I was seeing about the same. So the floors are missing in a lot of sections. And I've had to jump up into the air and float down into some other sections and so on. But I'm in the center cavity right now. It looks really, really nice in here.
Thank you.
Yeah, you did a really good job with this. It's a shame that there's a rendering complexity, because to be able to finish this build would really be an exceptionally awesome looking build.
Yeah, this was one of the earlier ones that I did. Not long after APG showed me how to do the Atlas seed.
Would delete the landing pad.
Right.
I learned how to flip the floors around. because before you just working the walls, and you can't build a cube so easily like that, and it looks better. You can flip the floors and then playing around with the
It stays. Yeah, dimensions are a lot more easier to measure out if you can flip the floors.
Yeah.
Any position. Absolutely.
But the volume is just too large for the number of building parts we've got.
Yeah, well, the Borg especially, right? Because it's very industrial. It's got all, like pipes and lights that are, like to get that green glow, you have to place the green lights in there. You just can't get around it. And it's just a very complex build. I think anybody that's ever built, excuse me, a Borg cube or something to that effect has run into complexity issues. And there's been a few builds where people have attempted it in the past, but it's always a really, really difficult build just because of the amazing complexity that it offers in order to make it look appropriate.
Exactly.
Just a tough build. Yeah, I mean, I give you kudos for trying. It is something that is not easy to come up with. It's just unfortunate that we run into base complexity issues with it, because it would be a really, really amazing build on No Man's Sky to be able to accomplish that.
Yeah.
I see Beebs is still having a difficult time trying to land.
It didn't help that I decided to complicate it even further by building a inner sanctum and the idea of a second sphere escaping, and over ambitious.
Look, if I do lower, you just start seeing a lot of polygons instead. Doesn't really help rendering.
Okay, but
it is what it is.
See the top part there? So where those disjointed walls are starting to render in, that's where the Atlas seed is.
It's not just
unfortunately,
but all the combos too. What?
Yeah, the comballs also add.
Oh
to
yeah, You're actually on a planet with a lot of builds already and combos as well. Yeah.
Which planet is this? Contiguous moon.
Yeah, true, KJ. Yeah, you made a good point there. By the way, KJ, are you streaming?
Star Trek planet?
It might be.
Yeah, I noticed all the comballs. I'm kind of curious who else has built here, or why the comballs. Hold still, Beebs. Let's see if I can jump in the hood.
My ship just flew away. I went into camera. I went into camera mode. Also, the material you've been using is also quite heavy in render still. The metal is still heavy render.
Yeah, but like DJ said, the cube has this industrial look, and the metal is good for that. And also,
no, I totally agree. I just had the same issues when I was building. Like, I need to build it in metal, but I knew it would cause problems.
Now, here's an interesting question. I guess for the both of you. Here, I made a spot open for you, Beeb, so you don't have to fly around trying to land.
There's a ship already there.
What do you feel is next with the legacy parts? Do you guys think that they're phasing out those parts, or do you think that they've just left them in there for legacy players only, like what they did with nip plants for a while there in No Man's Sky?
I hope they leave them. I mean, I use them quite a lot in the builds, especially the concrete, because that doesn't have so many rendering effects.
It was one of my favorite parts, because you could add whatever color and texture you wanted to it, and you didn't have all the the weird lines or lights. Absolutely, concrete was probably my favorite building legacy part.
Yeah,
but I have a strong feeling that they're trying to phase them out of the game, And so for now, nice landing, Beebs. That's a beaut.
I just decided to land there.
I think they're going to try and phase those building parts out. It's why they created a separate category with all of them in there, and I think they were just trying to be nice to the building community by leaving them for a short time until they finally phase them out of the game. I do notice that some bases are more difficult to render because of the legacy parts, and you would think that there's less detail on them, so why would it be heavier on the complexity? But for some strange reason, the game doesn't recognize them like they recognize the new building parts, and I can't help but wonder if it's simply because they're trying to phase them out of the game altogether.
That was my feeling as well when I saw them putting them separately. I was like, I mean, when Frontiers dropped, people were still halfway in a build they were doing before. So they probably said, you know what, let's give them their building parts so they don't get like in the middle of a build and get stuck. But let's not give them to the new players, so bit by bit they will be, used less and less and less. I think that's their plan.
Yeah, and I feel the same way, which is why you're not able to attain them as a new player without any modifications or playing around with your PlayStation time, or for that matter, any console. But it'll be a shame to see some of them go. I know myself, I've been trying to get used to using the new parts only on a lot of my newer builds, simply because I have a strong feeling that once they phase them out, you're just going to have empty gaps where your base once was. And if you intend on keeping any of those bases, then you're kind of SOL. So, yeah, I've been trying to learn how to use the newer parts and go with some of the contextual building parameters that are set forth, which is a little bit frustrating. I don't like the contextual feature. Oh,
yeah. Like we said before, I'd like it if they could give us the possibility to turn the contextual on and off.
I agree. Well, it stands to reason that there should be a toggle switch, much like you can toggle a wire. You just toggle the contextual, and then it no longer exists. Specifically for walls, I can deal with the pipes. The pipes is kind of neat, but for walls, when I place a wall and then you place another wall on top and it changes it, and then you place another wall on top of that and it changes it again, it gets to be a little bit frustrating when you're looking for symmetry in your build. At least that's how I see it, and it is a little bit weird. So I've been trying to, come up with different solutions to make my builds look appropriate, even though that it still has the contextual issues.
Yeah, the same problem with the castle. So I ended up putting floors underneath the ground, trick it into producing the same look above ground.
Yeah. And it adds to the complexity too. So it's like a double whammy of, we're going to do this whether you like it or not.
Jean, good to see you, man, by the way. Good to see. Yeah, there's no landing pad rendering and it doesn't render in more than it is already. Okay. Loki, we having DJ Squared, who is my co-host, and we have Sam Vimes, who is the special guest today.
Special guest.
Hi, Loki.
Hi, Loki.
On base comp, then teleport from the space station for better rendering. No, the thing is that the base computer is not in the system. It's still part of Sam. I cannot render in more. I just want to get the landing pad render in, but it doesn't show up either. So it is what it is. Yeah. It is what it is.
I'll have to build another one.
Too big.
Just smaller.
Too big for us.
Too big, yeah. No, I know what I have to do now, so...
I decided to build a board cube and then decided against it. It's like, no way I'm doing this. I started with a cube and I looked at it and said, fuck it, I don't do this.
It's just a lot, you know, in order to make the board cube look like a board cube. There's so many parts you would need to add on to it to make it.
Oh, you
look
have to
right.
make it. You have to make it small to be able to.
Yeah, yeah, and at that point, you're losing a lot of the detail that you'd want to put in there.
One of the ideas I had for the Borg sphere was using the one of the metal roof parts that it's got all the odd spiky bits out of it.
Yeah.
So if you did a perfect sphere,
that metal roof.
Yeah.
I don't remember what it's called, but yeah, I know the one you mean.
Yeah.
And in fact, that would actually that might work actually pretty good for one of your previous builds as well. The Close Encounters build. It almost lends itself to that kind of look.
Mm-hmm.
You place that upside down.
If you scaled that up, that could be the city part on top. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
GLG.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I'm gonna have to build that again now, aren't
I? Glasgow and Sky, when it was new, did not turn out very good. Glass is the same. Metal and glass both are the hardest one to render. It is definitely better now with the new parts. The render is definitely better, but you have this weird. You see this fading going in and out. This is something they added since after Frontiers, like the second update, where they kind of improved the render, where the part just disappeared, but the surface is still there. It's terrible. Because it also hides parts when you go too far with your camera. It's terrible if you want to make any videos about your bases as well.
Maybe
they'll
improve it at some point.
One day.
It's a conspiracy. It's a conspiracy. Definitely challenging making videos with that problem.
Do I see the second landing pad or not? No, I just see a floor. Okay. It is. Nope. All right.
Yeah, that's all the bases I've got.
Very cool, Sam. Well, you've been doing some great bases, even if we saw only half of them, but what we saw was impressive.
Thank you very much.
Very ambitious projects. It's only a shame that the complexity is as low as it is, because you can only imagine how great these would be if you were able to complete them.
Now, I look at a lot of the stuff that APG has done, and I think I'll try and do more of that kind of R&D stuff in the future, and less of
It's a great way to learn.
Yeah.
It is. Yeah.
Yeah, because he's got some amazing looks coming out of the R&D stuff that he's doing.
Yeah, he's been doing the what you call it, the like the containment rooms, which looks very cool as well, with the cement mixers and the bubble pipes.
I haven't seen that one yet. I'll have to check it.
He's actually, I'm assuming he might be streaming later tonight. It's probably his last day before he has to go to work again.
Yeah, he was streaming it this morning. It looked pretty darn good, and we saw what he did with the new bubble pipes. That looked really awesome on the kaleidoscope. Yeah. Any ideas what you're going to use those new bubble pipes for yet, Sam? Have you got some ideas all brewing in your head?
Can't give too much away, but I used them on the secret build.
The secret build. Even more to look forward to. Absolutely.
So guys, if you want to see the secret build, you probably will have to join the Discord for a while. But yes. I'm assuming you're making a video about it, no, Sam?
As will be, yeah. Yeah, Pez is the video guy.
Pez is indeed doing good work with the videos.
Yeah. And I just need to find time to finish it. And because that's the other thing with the build, you always think, oh, it's finished, and then you turn a corner and think, oh yeah, I could put this here, or change this bit to make it look a little bit better. So you never.
Or like the bubble pipes, a new part comes out.
Exactly. Yeah, and then I thought, that would be perfect for like an information channel. So you have the bubble pipe and then some wires inside it, or the laser beam from the communications term.
Yeah, the bite beat cable is really a nice touch too.
Yeah, or the bite beat cable. Yeah. There's just so many ways you can combine all the parts. It's just fun playing with all these different ideas.
Really adds a lot of creativity to builders. Builds that they've come up with is the different creative ways that they've merged parts together. That never gets old.
So, DJ, you probably have one last question for Sam.
Oh, I do. Sam, if you were to run into Sean Murray on the street, what would you say to him?
I'd ask him what he drinks.
That is a good question.
We all know he's drinking beer waiting for his award.
Yes.
That is a good question. Because he's done so much to bring us this game, and with all the updates, and for it still to be going stronger, even stronger after 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's incredible. It's got to be worth at least a pint.
Yes, definitely. I mean, the financial strain on bringing out free updates after almost 6 years, that in itself is a really big thing.
Yeah.
Because you got to have funding to make a game. You just can't do it for free. And honestly, I expected No Man's Sky to charge us for updates long time ago, and they just haven't. So.
AJ, I'd ask him what he was smoking when he came up with animal poop.
Smoking Fecium. He was playing too much Ark. That's what he was doing.
You think they won't? What? All right, I'm gonna fly back to the studio.
All right, I will join you.
It's gonna be the KJ. Are you streaming tonight or not? Just should I know how to plan. DJ Squared has left the system. DG.
Yes.
DG.
Just call me Squared. That might be easier.
We're set up to go. Okay, good to hear, KJ.
Yeah. Glad you guys are streaming this week, KJ. It's always a pleasure.
We always have to get Lava Lamp's internet working. That's the major.
Tell him to buy another hamster and put it on the wheel.
I know, Rico, it's just because J is G and I pronounce it differently because it's just
J.
Yeah. This is my accent, my language that I'm just. Let's go to studio. I forgot. Here we go. Mousepad. That's the one.
And I'll jump to you when I get there. When you get there.
DJ, can we not call you Doc? Dog Squared.
It just call me Squared. That might be easier.
Dog Squared. 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 D Whoa! Okay, that was a little bit of a high over the top jump. Let's save. Nice and cozy. Fight is still going. There we
Wow,
go.
it really put you out way over your base, didn't it?
Just have to wait until everybody jumps in now, because I don't have any animation.
I'm on my way. I'll be there shortly.
Yeah, me too.
Take your seats, gentlemen.
There's no G. Actually, Rico, in Flemish, there's almost no difference between the G and the H when we speak. So it's very difficult to understand us when if you're not from our region, you have to understand what we're saying by interpreting the context we're talking about.
Oh, strange. I must have gone to the wrong place.
KJ. Yeah, I pronounce KJ as Christy. It's been better now, KJ. Have I not improved?
I've made that mistake myself, because you're both going at the same time, and I've mistakenly called KJ Christy and Christy KJ.
I think I made that mistake once and got shouted at.
All right, let's try this again. Somehow I ended up back in Sam's system.
Okay.
So I'm going to try this jump again.
So.
Animations! Yay! It's a mistake nobody makes twice. Mm-hmm.
No, that's right. Christy will take your pants away. There we go. I think I made it.
This studio builds perfect, peeps.
Yeah.
The little cameras and everything is perfect idea.
I might have to build it again because it was like I needed a quick one, but I might have to build it. Although I like the style.
You have to build one on normal mode.
Yeah, I need to. But it's quite easy. I can just copy it over. I will have it on the same planet. The same planet, same location.
Was that a karaoke stage behind us?
Yeah, you never know. You never know if you have like somebody that comes and says I can sing, and we can have somebody singing. Seems like DJ is offering.
Yeah.
I think DJ can do a pretty good country song. He has the voice for it, I think.
Oh, no country for me. I'm a classic rock fella.
Oh yeah, I'm a country boy. Need a quick one? What? Needed a quick one? What? I needed a quick bass. Yeah, Sharon. Welcome, by the way, Sharon.
There we go. Do a little karaoke.
We could have a live. Rico, I think it would be great when one day we invite Conflicted Gaming to this. I would like him to come and sing Spinny Chair.
You might need subtitles though with his Scottish accent.
There we go.
I can't believe I did that. I can't believe I nailed that exactly as I did it on the video.
So good. The accent. I don't know if it would be as funny if he didn't have the accent.
He did this from the choreography. I think he did the song from Titanic. DJ. DG. So we were still talking about the screenshot. There was one more screenshot that I wanted to show because I felt like this is now This is now the 4th trailer that they have been doing this. They're showing the floating monolith. Every time they have been doing this trailer, they show the floating monolith. Is this something that they just want us to tease with, like, we know it doesn't render on the same spot where it has to be? And we don't care.
Maybe they're making fun of their own little bugs in the game. Hard to say. I know Sean used to joke about before he made HG, where one of the jobs that he was he had to fix the arm in Call of Duty when he was one of the graphics engineers. And he always found that quite funny. I wonder if maybe they're just poking fun at themselves by having the floating monolith.
Yeah, I think I kind of somehow want to say, like, we don't care about this. This is you deal with it. This is what it is.
It's one of those little bugs that makes what it is. Like, would you enjoy the game as much without some of the bugs? Would you be laughing right now if there weren't any bugs?
Yeah.
I know from playing an awful lot with a lot of community members, some of the silly things that we get ourselves into, stuck in a wall or trapped under a base, it's literally an hour of laughing while you're trying to get the other player out. I've had to kill players, just to get them out, and then they can't get their grave. All of the funny little quirks about this game. I think that's what makes it unique and endearing at the same time, is some of the bugs. And admittedly, yeah, some of the bugs are, well, they're pretty bad, but it does make the game what it is. And we learn to work around those bugs and enjoy it for what it is and what it has to offer. Even if it is birds knocking you out of build camera all the time. Gosh darn it.
Well, it seems like also the community has been really very happy with the Twitch update. Let me see if I can share it on screen. See if that works.
A lot of people are really looking forward to it.
I just need to find it. There we go. Doesn't it show? There we go. All right. In the right corner there, you can see Creative Interloper. He built a DJ. He built a Nintendo Switch. There's quite a few people that have been building the Switch quite quickly. I mean, this is only a day old.
Yeah. Well, it's a two-dimensional, shape. So I mean, it's pretty easy to quickly throw one together. You can see it's got like little dials and stuff on it, and the screen, the flat screen.
Yeah, it's a great use of the I think it's the mushrooms. I think the glowing mushrooms that they used for that. Actually, really used.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah, the good job for that. I mean, for example, I think it was Roland Oppenheim or something. Let's see. He built the Switch as well there. I think this might be a cube build with using the cubes, the little adornments.
I think you're right. Yeah. Because it's so big, right? You managed to get the curvature and everything. And if you look really closely at the edges.
Yeah. I think Roland is also the one that does these Sean Murray pictures, no?
Was that him? The Sean Murray face on
I think it might be him that did Sean Murray face on the moon, but I'm not entirely sure anymore.
What a character that guy is.
We have also, I think, Boyd Gaming did a build straight away on Twitch.
He made that a long time ago, actually.
In 2018, I made a Nintendo Switch in the sky. Are you going to be Letterman top 10 bucks? Are you going to do a Letterman top 10 bucks? I feel like I need to grow a beard a little bit more, Faro, for that.
That might be an interesting segment for sure.
And then we also had Ray. He'd made a screenshot of it of an ode to No Man's Sky's Twitch update. Ray Reynolds is definitely a cool guy as well to check in on Twitter if you're a Twitter follower or using Twitter. I think the Sean face mod was Twinder. Thought you might be about. Yeah, I'm on the pixel face. I think it was also Ronald, but I'm not entirely sure. There's been a few faces, Zane, that they did on the moon surface, but I assumed it was the same guy, Ronald or Roland. I need to drink something.
Yes, the dry throat syndrome. Yeah, and of course, Nat made an ode to the stove.
Who?
He did a pretty good job with that kitchen.
Nat, yeah, he
Nat,
was
NMS.
Nat is doing some
he did a really
great.
nice job.
Nat is doing some great builds. She's really doing some great interior building.
Everybody keeps asking her to come around and decorate their bases.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah.
She's not great at parking.
He did a really good job.
She's not great at parking, but she's great at building and kitchens.
Don't mention that, Beeps. Touchy about that.
You can clip that and drop it on Twitter, see how she responds to it.
You might get hit with a pan.
I mean, I'm balancing it out. No, I'm telling her that she's not great at parking, but she's great at building kitchens. Look at that kitchen. I mean, great work.
And none of this is glitch building either.
No. She does a little bit of glitch building. She's trying, but most of this is, I think the only thing... No, it was not even. The bubble pipe was not glitch build as well. Hey, Kale. Welcome, man. How are you doing? I need something for my throat, and it's a tablet. I think the next build I want to share today as well is another one from Ray Reynolds.
Oh, has Ray come up with another new one?
He did a lighthouse, which I definitely liked.
Oh, very cool.
Also,
yeah.
Ray is also a non-glitch builder, so always great to see him do something that looks...
Oh, that does look nice. I like how he built it on that floating rock.
Mm-hmm.
Very,
but very nice interior, very nicely done. He has a good eye for this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's always been a really good builder.
Mm-hmm.
That's a non-glitch builder. I've always enjoyed seeing him when I have the chance.
Yeah, he's posting a lot of this on Twitter.
Nice.
But he injured himself, didn't he?
I think he fainted or something, yeah.
Yeah.
A very nice work, Rail.
Yeah, very cool.
He built even a boat that sails to it. Might have to ask him to check it out, because this is definitely a visit. This is definitely a base to visit one day. And I wanted to also take some time to just show Chung Sparks. It's such a difficult name for me to pronounce, but it's a really great build. Now the problem is that I have scaled this down. Can I try to take away the crop?
Oh, that's really neat.
Chung has, yeah. He's he's also not a real glitch builder. I mean, not a real glitch. He's not that into glitch building. He's definitely always trying to use just vanilla, but he's doing such amazing work as well.
Like how he's got the parts imbalanced. You know, like they're all sort of slightly crooked.
There we go.
Mm-hmm. Most of his builds are like that. But he uses so much color and the pipes as well. We were discussing for a long time about getting the X and T pipes.
Mm-hmm.
And then
he must be.
When the contextual ones came out, that was like
that should be
a
better now to go to a large screen as well. Really great build. He does, and this is all lower than 3,000 parts. He can upload these builds. The way he's building looks always large, but does a great job as well.
Really nice. I love that, like a little city or village in the mountains.
One of these steampunk industrial mining villages in the.
Very cool.
I think Jong has been around a long time as well as a builder now in No Man's Sky. He was here before me for sure. I think he's
Those are some great shots.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, very talented builder.
Oops.
I'm not sure, but I think he's been around since, I think he was a day one player. I'm pretty sure.
I think so.
Yeah. He wasn't widely publicized until a lot of the builders started to become a little bit more more of a thing. The building was really kind of broken for the first couple of years of No Man's Sky until it started to really get better parts and so on.
I agree, Sharon. It felt like I think it's like Tomb Raider 1, the first one. It feels like that that village, that shabby village. I think it is Wildbear. I think he actually built this on a black and white planet. I should ask, but I'm not entirely sure anymore. Go back to game.
It looks like, it looks like one of those chromatic planets.
There was a few more that I want to show, but these are on the Discord. If you have, guys, if you're not already, you can join the Discord if you feel like it. There's a lot of amazing builders there in No Man's Sky builders. I'm doing a lot of more new games as well. If you're another gameplay more related, my God, my brain just totally grizzled there. If you like playing other games as well, I'm doing Valheim and Ark as well now. So if you're interested in that, you can come and check it out as well. But let me see if I can switch to Discord.
Yeah, we've got quite a few builds on Discord that have come out in the last week or so.
It's not that. There we go. Discord capture. That should be. So I'm just going to show a few because we have so many people dropping screenshots and pictures and people commenting. It's great to see the activity. I wish I sometimes have more time. Oh yeah, that's a good point, Vangelis. Let me check, Vangelis. I'll check in a second. That was indeed a great build as well. I love that build. So this is
A17. No, sorry. Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah, A17 is definitely a great builder indeed. So this is Kels. If you remember, I did a base visit from him last. Was it this month? It was the beginning of the month. No.
I think it was last month.
Kels is a great decorator. It's unbelievable how he can make something. And he used the bubble pipes, so that's recently.
I think he installed the bubble pipes recently on that build that he was rebuilding. He tore it down and rebuilt it.
No, he's great at building these. Very sci-fi laboratories. It's unbelievable. You have to have an eye for this, no? I mean, I'm definitely not great at that.
Really
phenomenal build by Kels. He did a great job, and if you look really closely, there's so much detail in each little component that he builds. Like, it's not just a screen for a computer terminal. There's like 6 parts all in there, and it looks fantastic. It really gives off a good look, and the use of light and color. He does a fantastic job. I always look forward to Kels's builds. They're really, really nice.
There's also always, if I watch these, it's always something to strive for. It's like, okay, I wish I could build like that. I mean, you know, people say, oh, Beeble, you're a great builder. But if you look at these, it's like, yeah, I could build better with the decorations. Or I could build, there's always something you can improve on yourself. So we're all in the same boat.
It definitely takes a lot of patience, KJ. And, you know, glitch building in particular, trying to get everything lined up just how you need it to be. But yeah, Kels, you got some beautiful shots there.
The next one I saw as well was Stevie M. Mac, I would say, Stevie Mac. He did some work with the bubble pipes. So love how it looks. I think a lot of people have been some building with Mac bubble pipes now.
Yeah, I think he built a kaleidoscope or a rough kaleidoscope there with the bubble pipes. Looks really neat. The color they give off is really nice. The blue and orange, kind of a glow. I really like what HG did with the bubble pipes. Looking forward to incorporating those in my own builds.
The animation of these pipes is also great. So I think we're gonna see a lot of fun things in the future with these bubble pipes.
Yeah. Now, if we can only get those bubble vats fixed.
yeah. I hate the bubble vats with that disc on top. I don't know. We had it for a while on top of the refiner as well, no?
You might be right on the medium refiner.
Yeah,
I think. Yeah. There's been a lot of times where I've wanted to use them, but straight away because I had no way of hiding that silly little disc at the top. So a little frustrating on that front. But the bubble vats are a neat thing.
I'm just gonna check in the meantime if I can find.
Who we got here? This one is Enra Silvers.
Yes, Enra Silvers glitch stack.
Always comes up with some inventive stacks.
Yeah, pill lights and the lights in there, so you get that's a different glow in the water.
Yeah.
Definitely looks great as well with the what you call it, the light fissures.
Yeah. And he's got those candle lights or what look like candles. Yeah. Very cool in the silver.
The disc runes. Do the pipes have collision? Can you walk on them? Yes, you can walk on them.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't believe you can teleport inside them yet.
No.
A few people have been testing that out.
You know, I was trying to do with the ladder, and if you climb through to the ladder, you just pop up on the top of it, so it doesn't. You're not able to sit inside of the pipe.
Okay, so the ladder trick doesn't work either, eh?
No,
that's a bummer.
That's what the first thing we tried with the bubble pipes.
Was scaling them up didn't work either? Or?
No, I scaled them up, put the ladder below it, and I couldn't. I just teleport on top of the pipe. So you could make a bridge with it if you want to. A teleport bridge.
Yeah. I tried putting a teleporter inside a pipe that was sized up, and same thing. It bumps you right on the top of the bubble pipe.
The next thing we have here is Dark Hellboy, of course, going a little bit further and making himself a complete.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Yeah, an entire room full of those. Wow.
I love that.
That is over the top. That's a really neat look, eh?
It is. I think it would. There's so much stuff we can do with this already in the future. This is just the beginning. Again, this is the beginning. When did I say when Frontiers dropped? When Frontiers was released, in 1 week, the builds that came out were just astonishing, like glitch building techniques, and was amazing. So you already can see that this is again just the start of a new era of building I mean, look at that. That's such a great ceiling, no? I mean, you're going to be a bit delayed, but... That is a great dome for a ceiling for a room or whatever. I don't know how long you guys are behind. Did I lose you guys?
Oh, we're still here.
I think DJ is quiet.
Yes. I had somebody outside yelling out my window, so I muted the microphone for a minute. The downfalls of living in an apartment.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, Dark Cowboy always does a really nice job with his builds. Over the top, just like so much color, brilliance. Yeah. Really like that roof. You're right.
And this is crisscross applesauce doing a helix out of pipes. It's a very hard thing to do because it doesn't line up that proper. The bigger you make the helix, the better. Then the curve really becomes smooth, but you have to go really big. That means you also have to go really tall to make it look like a... But will that ceiling render on Switch? I think your Switch will just burn.
Just melt in your hands.
I mean, I need to see what's going to happen. Yeah.
He's one of the newer builds that has emerged into the Beeble Hive Discord here, and he's come up with some really cool builds. You know, he's built. I think he built a version of the Millennium Falcon. Pretty much not long after Frontiers dropped. He's been coming up with all kinds of crazy and wild builds, and he's got some pretty cool ideas on how to inspire himself for creativity. And he shared with us on the Discord what he does. And I may have to scroll back to find it here, but he comes up with it, but just by random. Picking an idea or a shape out of a book, and with his eyes closed, and then just tries to build it. Let's see if I can find it here. I may have to do some scrolling.
But I think Crisscross, I think he's here. No, yeah, Crisscross, you have been building quite some time in No Man's Sky, no? Even before Frontiers, didn't you?
What's this structure on the left here?
The left is also a helix. He actually dropped a screenshot of that some time ago.
Okay.
If I find it. Here, that's the build that he did with using the corridors. The curved corridors.
Yeah.
It's actually on top of it. It's on top of the curved corridors, DJ. It's there, the text. A technique I used
Yeah, I just found it. He says, the technique I used was to buy a paper calendar that I can write on each date, and then either use a newspaper or a book and open a random page with your eyes closed. Put your finger down anywhere on the page. Wherever the finger lands, the nearest noun or verb become your subject matter. You write that word into your calendar square and repeat for the next square on the calendar. Then you have a subject challenge for every day. So a really interesting way of finding his own inspiration. And each of us have our own little ways, but that's one of the more unique ones, and I really like that because it helps to inspire him to build new and exciting things, which it helps any builder improve their own skill set. Even really talented builders, you have to keep improving that skill set, or you tend to fall a little bit behind. So I may be using that technique myself in the future. Thanks, Crisscross.
Just started 8 months ago after Frontiers. So, okay. I thought you were actually building longer than that. You really picked up building then in No Man's Sky. Frontiers was less than a half a year ago. September, October, November, December, January, February. Yeah, 6 months.
Yeah. Some people are just really talented builders, I remember Pez, a very talented builder. He came onto the scene and learned glitch building very quickly, very quickly. And there's been a number of players, since then as well, who are just very, very quick learners.
Let me see. I should have A17 right here. This is A17. I think he's Japanese, but I'm not entirely sure. I think he's Japanese. He's speaking, but he's amazing builds.
Yeah, I saw that one.
Yeah,
that's amazing.
Yeah. That's something I wanted to quickly just hit upon briefly here. And we don't see an awful lot of the Japanese building community. They post an awful lot on Twitter, but some of these builds are outstanding builds. They're just incredible, and their ingenuity and inspiration to build some of these things. They make it happen. They come up with solutions to things that sometimes we never even thought of. And a big shout out to the Japanese community out there.
Yes.
They do some great stuff, and I'd really, really love to see some of them intermingle with our community and us to theirs. If only Discord had a translation app or component to the Discord app, that would be really, really good, because I would love to intermingle with some of these guys and get to know a lot of them. They're really a great group of
some
builders.
really crazy ideas. I mean, crazy ideas, but also just making it, building it. Look at this interior.
I love how you use the race initiators on the outside.
Yes.
And you don't even notice them. Like, you really have to look to realize those are race initiators. You did a fantastic job. I mean, it speaks to me. Look, he's got a spiral staircase.
Let me just look. I think it's snapped. There's a lot of talent out there, and a lot of people are taking this glitch building to such a level that.
But look at the engine room below there.
Yeah.
Has he got bubble pipes in there?
Yeah, these bubble pipes on the bottom.
Yeah.
It looks,
amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, bubble pipes.
Yeah, fantastic build. I think the lower floor has the bubble pipes. There we are. Yeah, phenomenal stuff.
Yeah, it's very difficult to. I mean, I've seen some of the Japanese people tagging me. Well, I think it's Japanese. Let's say the Asian community has been tagging me. It's like, what are they talking about? So I had to go and translate it, but translation is not too great on Twitter as well. So it's always great to see that the growth and the what you call it, the how it's booming, the building community,
the development.
Yeah, it's really great work, very clean work as well. Yeah.
And they have some very original ideas, which is also good. Like we tend to sort of, discuss amongst ourselves in our own little community, but sometimes you have to look at other communities to see ingenuity and some original ideas to which, a lot of us have never even thought of. And I really, really like the Asian community. I think that it would be nice to, get to know some of these people a little bit better, for sure.
It reminds me a little bit of Chaos Riders built the hair dryer, I call it, but
yes,
he did. It has the same style of curve, Chaos Rider has also great builds as well. He definitely, I think he took a break from it, but we might see him again one day.
I hope so. He builds fantastic things.
This is
gotten some great ideas.
Great builds. So yeah, I think we're getting to the end of the Studio 16 today. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I'm not sure if KJ and Lava Lamp are ready. I don't want to rush them, so we can keep on talking a bit. But we'll just start rolling out, ending the stream here. Sam, I want to thank you for joining. I hope you enjoyed it as well.
It's been a pleasure to be here and to be the first special guest, and to talk with you guys. And you did tell me it would only take an hour, though, peeps.
You sticked around. I was like, you stuck around. It's like, well, if he stucks around, I'm just going to keep on going.
We're just going to keep talking. That's right.
Yeah, the beer's run out, but it's okay. It's no problem.
Yeah, I had enough whiskeys. I'm not going to drink another whiskey. I think it's the fourth one, so it's done now. Thank you so much, Alex, for another 100 rubles. I appreciate that. Thanks so much. So next time when we're doing this again, next month, I cannot say, go and check out that stream. That is the Sam Vimes stream. You can see how you're doing, so you don't have to be that nervous. You're gonna be the example now, Sam.
Yeah, and thank you both for the kind words about the builds.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
It's easy to be kind. It's easy when they look that good. It's it's something we admire. And I love to admire other builders and other styles. So you did a phenomenal job, and thank you so much for your time today. I know myself and Beebs, we both really appreciated you taking the time and showing us your bases.
No problem.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to see more of you, Sam, both on the Discord and perhaps on more videos on your channel.
Yeah, well, this build is coming up, and I've got a couple of ideas for the next couple of builds after that. But I like these collaboration builds now.
It is fun to do. It's fun to do.
Yeah.
Do you have a YouTube channel, Sam, or you're planning on making one?
No, I don't have one at the moment, but I might make one in the future. I don't stream at all, but maybe that will change.
Yeah, well, definitely let us know so we can. You can drop a video in the self-promotion so people can start watching your channel as well if you make more and more videos about this.
Okay.
I think it's a great thing to make videos about your build just to show everything, because sometimes, especially if you build very large, then it's hard to get people to visit and check it out.
Yeah. I was just about to say, Beebs. Yeah, it's a great idea because you get to document your builds, and then, as you know, we end up having to delete our builds in the future as things tend to progress and we move on to other builds. But once you've recorded it onto YouTube, it's there forever, and you can always look back on it or show others, some of the styles or techniques that you've used in the past.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was looking for some of the builds that I've done in the past, some of the screenshots, and I've lost some of those as well. So, like you say, if you make the video and upload it, then it's there.
Yeah.
Much more informative. So, yeah,
definitely worth it. Yeah, thank you.
Go check my freehand sculpting in No Man's Sky, people. Grandpa Law Gaming. Could you drop a link in? If it's a video, can you drop it into the Discord? There's a self-promotion. I can actually show you. Give me a second.
I'm gonna swat the bot. That's what I'm
gonna do. Let's hide this one here. Let's open this one here. There you go. If you go to self-promotion right here, if you go to the Beeble Hive, that's our Discord, you go down there, there's self-promotion. You can drop all your videos in there if you want to, and everybody can see this video if you want to share whatever is going on your channel. And then maybe just tag me, or either use alt self-promo or use alt Beeblebum. Then I will get a notification if you post. Then I can go and check out your video.
Yeah, the self-promotion channel is a great channel to post all your videos.
Can I get you Discord on? Yes, you can get Discord on iPhone. I have it on my iPhone. I have it on my iPad. So
yes.
No worries. Yeah.
It's a free app.
It's a free app.
Free. You don't even... Yeah. And in fact, you don't even have to download it. You can actually access it through Google yourself and just log in that way.
I would advise to use the link, the app though, but
the app.
Yeah, because it's much
App is
easier to
faster,
share videos and screenshots, because you can straight away share it to the right channel if you want to.
Yeah, you can link it directly into Discord that way. Yeah, and it stays logged in, so you don't have to constantly log in and remember a password. So that does help.
Thank you for dropping the link there to the Discord as well. Appreciate that. Well, actually, it's the bot. The bot is so smart. You know, you ask for Discord and shares with them. All right, we are going to the end now. I think we have 5 minutes left. I'm not sure, KJ, if you can handle. I know that probably Lava Lamp is with mouthful something. I don't know. What do they eat in Australia? What do they eat again? What's that? Marmite. That's
Marmite. Yes.
Hey Mia,
Marmite
welcome. So I want to thank you guys, both you, Sam and DG, for joining the stream. I really enjoyed it. I hope you did as well.
Absolutely.
And guys in the stream, I hope you enjoyed it as well. And the chat, let me know in the Discord, in the chat, what you thought of it. Give me some feedback, so we can always try to improve if it's necessary. And we'll see you again next month for this Studio 16. This is going to be another highlight. We don't know who yet, and the person doesn't know as well. We'll have to still invite them, but that's going to be for next time. Thank you so much, guys, and we will see you next time again.
Absolutely. Thanks again for letting me co-host with you, Beebs, and the awesome show and base tours from Sam Vimes. You guys are awesome. Thank you.
Yo, great. Now, great, Sams. Now, I want to ask if somebody could drop a link to KJPC Gaming, if they still have a moderator around. KJ just dropped a link to herself.
KJ's on. You're awesome, KJ.
Thank you so much, KJ, for promoting yourself. Alex van Logan, thank you so much for the 39 super chat. Appreciate that again. Appreciate that a lot, man. And I will see you again. We will see you next time. Hashtag Beeblebum. Go and check out KJPC Gaming and Lava Lamp. Press that thumbs up, and we will see you again next week. And that's going to be it for us. Bye-bye.
Take care, everyone.
Beeblebum.